There we go. Okay. I think we're all good. Kitty. Sound? Yeah, looks like we're good. Oh, that would probably help. Oh. There we go. Game's back up. Do I have sound? Let's see. Yep. Looks like I got sound. Yeah, hopefully for right now, it's rebooting my modem. Get a new connection to my ISP. Hopefully that actually resolves whatever weird networking issues I was running into. Because this seems to be a lot better based on speed tests. When speed test is bad, that's pretty bad. That's pretty obvious. Do I have... Okay. New to the game, found your channel, sure. Realize that the videos are too complex. I wouldn't be surprised. I do primarily make videos for more advanced gameplay. If there's any need, ask if any need in builds from the beginning. Is any need in builds from the beginning? I think a lot of it just has to do with depending on layers. So like a lot of my builds you can build in layers. I think some of the limitations on it is if you're running persistence, you pretty much can't run persistence unless you meet these sort of minimum requirements on Excalibur. So that's kind of one thing that's off limits. Until you're more advanced, until you get a lot more of those tools, that's definitely something worth holding off on running. That's probably one of the like baseline suggestions. I would recommend staying away from persistence until you have all of the layers associated with it. Like, because of the fact that you have these armor requirements, minimum strength requirements, all this nonsense in order to make it work. So if you do want something that's very beginner friendly, this is a problem I run into because I played the game for so long. I don't know what are limitations for new players or not, because it's like that's genuinely I've never run into these issues because I've been playing since the beta. So it's like where limits exist on like what arcanes you can get based on mastery and all this other stuff. I really don't know where the limit lies for that. So that's kind of where I've stayed away from a lot of beginner-ish builds, because it's just I don't really have a good perspective on what is beginner friendly or not. Like this build variation, my influence Fallout variation, I don't know how beginner friendly this is. I don't know if you can get universal Fallout until you're master arcane universal Fallout. I have to look these things up because I have no idea. Like I didn't even know that these had trading MR restrictions on them. Like genuinely, these are things that I haven't had to deal with, problems I've never had to deal with since I've been playing the game for so long. So like if you're able to get Arcane Universal Fallout, that's probably, if you're able to copy this build-ish, you know, on base Excalibur, you don't have to run Intensify. You could always run Precision instead. That's an entirely viable option. So you could run that instead if you really want to. More strength for Exalta Blade, less attack speed. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I stand on it. I don't know if you want to But that's probably what I'd recommend for the most beginner friendly Excalibur build is probably that. I do also have an easy mode build that you might be able to get close to depending on what arcanes you're able to get or not. That's just the hard part. I just don't know enough. That's where I've kind of stayed away from a lot of beginner-friendly builds for that very reason. I just don't have a good perspective anymore on like what new players experience as problems. I don't want to make a fresh... I've thought about doing this a few times, making a new account and then doing like a beginner Excalibur-only account, like going from base Excalibur to then Umbra and only using those and only using quest items. The problem I have with that is if I'm rocking the boat enough at DE to like be really pushing the Umbra issue, it'd be very easy for them to just ban me for that kind of stuff and having multiple accounts. Even though they say it's within the DE can ban you forever they want. It doesn't matter if you're violating their policies or not. They can just do whatever they want. This is the reality of games. Like if Blizzard, for an example, doesn't like the way you're treating, doesn't like the thing you're doing that breaks the arena meta for a season, then they can just hit you with whatever they want. They don't have to justify it. They don't have to reply to you. They could literally just ghost you, no matter how, even if you've been a player that hasn't gotten a single account action for the 15 plus years you've played it, these companies can just do whatever they want. So that's kind of the limitation I personally have of like trying to better experience the new player experience in the game, because it's been so long. You know, it's like a seasoned player trying to get the new WoW experience. It's just a completely different story because of knowledge, because you know what tools you need. It's like it's a completely different ballpark. Let's see, stream health. Yeah, I think this is fixed now. My uploads are actually where they're supposed to. My downloads are actually where they're supposed to. So some sort of issue, communication with the ISP and modem. Maybe I like got a bad connection to my ISP. There's some networking path from my modem to my ISP that got messed up that it wasn't reestablishing. Forcing a restart on my modem seemed to resolve that. Hopefully this doesn't become an issue again, because then I might need to replace my modem and I might just get one from the ISP instead of from my own if that's going to happen again. This is the second modem I've had within the last like 6 years. Yeah, look more into build. I do try to explain as detailed as I can about the things that actually do work and don't work on my builds, like the philosophy for it. I do have a video covering my build philosophy that is more of like, for those that do wonder about how I make my builds and the sort of general build philosophy that I have. I think that's a very important thing to understand. Because for the most part, I don't build around just getting the biggest numbers possible. I build around like a holistic sort of approach. Just here's another Juggernaut. Where'd the Juggernaut go? I don't think I killed the Juggernaut. Where'd it go? He's ghosting me. Juggernaut said, F this. Oh, there he is. Easy enough. Yeah, I've been testing Levantis as one of the things that I test. Using Varuna with dual Vicus. Kestrel without detonating its heavy. I kind of lightly play with Kestrel. The problem I have with Kestrel and glaives in general is they really bug you with Exalted Blade. Like if you use a glaive and you want to like use a hybrid type gameplay with Exalted Blade and a glaive, it's so buggy. It's just not worth it. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but it is in fact how it like if it was only slightly intermittent or like if it was only momentary when you switch between them, then that would be a different story. But it's like a persisting bugginess that exists if you pull out Exalted Blade and you're using Exalted Blade and you have a glaive equipped. Yeah, so as usual, I test... This is one of my test missions. I don't know if this came across before I restarted everything, but like this is something that I do use as a test mission. Because this is a common denominator sort of mission type and boss that can be pretty difficult to kill on a lot of my melee builds. A simple word to describe this is like a benchmark. Like I use this mission as a benchmark for my builds. AC-130. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was a pretty good meme. There's a lot of those sort of more meme-type videos that I should probably make. I don't know. There's not too many crazy interactions that I found, or little things like that. But those seem to be pretty popular and pretty useful. Best Zaw for Contagion. I actually don't know what the best Zaw is, but I will say what I'd like to use is this Nikana. It's literally the heavy attack, like the OG heavy attack Nikana Zaw. And it's always worked really well with Contagion on Excalibur. Especially running now like Furious Javelin and all this other stuff. I'll actually do this too. Might be able to proc this. There's a little bit damage. Leventus gets annoying when it only comes up for a moment. Comes up for like a split second. It's like, okay, well, hopefully you hit it in time before it goes back down under. Getting some lethal levitation stacks here. But just as an example, like I just two-shot that thing. Oh, wow, yeah, look at that. That extra damage actually matters. That extra 100% that I'm getting from lethal levitation, that's pretty powerful. Yeah, look at that. Like, basically four-shot that thing. Got off for the night? Sure. For a bit if Cascade shows up. Yeah, I did restart my modem because it seems like that has resolved my network issues that were actually network issues. The Zealot predate. Yeah, I definitely ignored this the Zealot predate fight. I don't want to deal that one. Luckily, you can kind of just get Coda Pathesis if you want a better version of Coda of a Pathesis now. You can just buy it. I think I'm gonna let me check at the fissures. Probably go back into the Coda or into the new mission. Let me top. I made some tea while I was letting my modem reboot, and I'm going to go build this up real quick. Okay. Actually sit down too instead of kneeling down. I really want to keep doing the Huntless fight. See if I can avoid some of the issues with the Huntless fight, even while using Persistence. Now let me see. Okay. Just answering a comment real quick. Yeah, this build feels really good. I think as long as they iron out some of those issues with persistence, that this will be definitely a staple. But unfortunately, this one specifically, this very specific build variation I'm running is very problematic on Umbra. Because, especially with Contagion, knockdown becomes a huge issue with Contagion. Since when you do this explosion thing, it is a knockback. So you just, like, this is probably the worst example. And I'll probably make a video covering this as, like, the worst, probably the worst example overall of the limitations on Umbra and base Excalibur, because you're reliant on your base energy and base armor in this build too. Actually, yeah, this is entirely the worst build I can think of, and it's actually a lot of fun. It's actually a very good build. It's not just some meme to show the problems with Umbra and base Excalibur. This is textbook example. Both the max energy and the armor are issues here with base Excalibur, and then you need Prime Sure-Footed knockdown protection to prevent Contagion from being a huge issue. Yeah, I might record this while streaming and then upload it to get it rolling. This would probably be a good forum thread post too, of like a build demonstrating. I'm not gonna upload videos to the forums anymore. I haven't been told this, but I'm wondering if the forum moderators, without telling me, are using my, like, the fact that I'll usually include a video as some sort of, like, advertising against guidelines. They haven't told me or anything. This is me just assuming and trying to figure out why it is that they feel it's acceptable to delete my forum threads. So what I probably use is this is an actual example of a build that is a genuine issue. And reference to the fact that I have a video covering this that I won't link for that sake. Oh, I should use my my big sword. Big sword. 3 swords in this build. It could. But the problem is that with Contagion, you really want to have, like, you probably notice quite often with Contagion, I'm losing all of my combo duration because you don't generate combo when you're doing this, and you might not be close enough for your companion to hit targets. It's like right here is a great example where, like, luckily my companion hit something in the meanwhile. Also, your ability to proc, like, Nariman's a pretty core part of this, to put it simply. So then you're making a compromise, forcing yourself to an Aru, and then you have to make sure you maintain that because you're going to get knocked down a lot in this build. It's one of those where if you drop poise, you're going to be constantly knocking down yourself and then being reminded that you need to proc poise. Not to say it's not feasible to do, but you're making compromises here. You have to run Warrior's Rest. You have to run Unaru to prevent these issues. and you're losing a lot of flexibility in the build. And then if you go to base Excalibur, you can't subvert that issue or negate that issue with base Excalibur because you don't have enough armor and max energy in order to run the Violet Shard and to run Persistence without having to sacrifice more Archon Shards. Like, it's a problem. This is definitely the best example of this. If you do run Unaru with this, you won't have to run an energy, or you won't have to run a max armor. That's one thing to keep in mind. If you do run this, you can ignore one of the Archon Shards because you're getting enough armor from Unaru. Like, the math on this, if you get that extra, like if you replace that armor one with a strength, you'll get enough multiplicative armor in order to get to 1400 with the additional 200 that you get from Unaru baseline. Like, you only be off like 10, but then you get that extra strength anyways from Warrior's Rest. Flashbacks to your favorite, Siam. Yeah, this is very, very similar. The problem I have with Siam, and I've always had with Siam, is it's so buggy, and they definitely don't feel like fixing it. Like, the way that the waves travel just sometimes don't make sense. They just don't track properly. 734 million. Someone's buffing me like crazy. Someone else is overkilling the heck out of everything else too. If I'm hitting in the hundreds of millions and I'm not annihilating the damage meters right now. Oh, there's a Chroma. Chroma's doing it. It's Chroma's fault that I'm doing hundreds of millions of damage. Chroma's Vex armor actually also buffs. See, like here, this is so much fun. I really wish this did this much damage baseline, but notice how hard this is hitting. You see that, like hitting 100,000. I was hitting like 250,000 earlier there. I don't know if I have Vex armor still or not. But Vex armor will give me enough damage with Radio Javelin to actually make it viable. It's very good when there's like double strength. We both get double strength as like the Chroma and myself. Just hits so hard. $101 million. Oh look, Kitty treat me well. I think even with the fact that we're using like the Amalgam Lifesteal mod, I still feel like having Panzered for the viral as well as the healing is just too good not to use. I don't see a reason not to just use it in this scenario. More sources of healing is better than less. Like, diversifying your healing. The fact that you're using Persistence really makes that important. Maybe not as important as other builds, but I think it's worth it. Like, I have 3 sources of healing here. I've got healing from my Zaw, because it's in the Deku Amalgam mod. I have Magus Elevate on my Operator, and then I also have the Panzer. Our partner in crime, Selena Kyle here, doing a great job at being super toxic, as usual. Yeah, it's the Adarza build's fun, but it's like it pales in comparison for Persistence, especially, or even running Blessing. Even if you're running Blessing to increase your max health, like on that, it's just worth. I think it's worth using. I slept on Panzer for a very long time. I think Hunter Munition or Hunter Recovery and Persistence really changes that. The Adarza build still hits hard, but think about it too. That Adarza build was built around increasing your increasing your damage to Thrax Ghosts, which is simply not an issue anymore. Like we do so much more damage to Thrax Ghosts that my Thrax Ghost Killer build is probably obsolete, to put it simply. Like if I'm being completely honest there, that build's probably obsolete now because it's not necessary. You don't need your companion to kill Thrax Ghosts. Your operator can do it just fine with basically any amp now, as long as you have a Tauron Strike and you have those extra mods. It's insane how much more damage operator does now. Yeah. Vex armor, no joke. Chroma, very good. The fact that I'm not doing 99% damage and I'm hitting hundreds of millions just shows how powerful that is. That means someone else is also hitting in the tens or hundreds of millions for me to not just be dominating the damage meters that way. As a reminder, the damage meter here also counts overkill. So a lot of slam builds will just absolutely top those out and put everyone into single digits. Totally unnecessary, but it is an interesting little fact there for you. Might as well do this guy. Grab this guy. This Iatan star I totally need. I just had a 43 million on a I think that was a slash dash hit. Like that's how stupid that's how stupid some of these bonuses are. I wouldn't doubt it. Vex armor definitely buffs the heck out of this build right here. Yeah, this is definitely mostly me doing this. And I didn't die. Didn't go down. Having all this extra health and changing my build up to be more of a tank build for persistence's sake probably is going to matter. It'll also help keep the max energy high, taking health damage and max energy for the arcane, you know, the one that gives you multi-shot based on your max energy. Yeah, current, like, the fun thing to keep in mind too is Warcry. When you do run Warcry, that does give it to your companion. So your companion should be getting that increased attack speed. And so your companion does, I think if you run things like, oh, if you want to talk about probably the most interesting companion synergy, I would say it's probably my Dante setup. So I kind of was referencing this earlier, but this Dante build, it's running Bright Bonnet over as one, and this is like a pure support, but it does plenty of damage. It does insane damage. You're running Impetus because Noctua is a literal stat stick. Like its entire purpose is to proc Encumber and then stack Impetus, and that applies to your entire team. If your teammates have Impetus, this will help stack it fully to 13. And then the entire purpose of this build, though, is to take this guy and buff it to the moon. And so we're running Reinforced Bond, Calculated Redirection to get that extra attack speed for our Grimoire, which includes getting extra attack speed from the Amalgam mod. So then the attack speed on our firing rate on this guy is actually pretty high. And this does insane damage. Like it's impressive how much damage this does. What's wrong here, though, is there's definitely something wrong here. I should be on this build configuration. I think I switched this off. I haven't ran this since I switched this. But yeah, this is the configuration it's supposed to be on. And it's just an enervate build, super high damage. I even have a minus crit chance because it doesn't matter when you're running enervate. Yeah. But the Verglass here is the star. And the important thing to know about this is notice how I have enough heat damage innately to be greater than viral. But then consider this too. So I'm like quite a bit above viral on this, and I'm running fired up. So even with an extremely high nourish, I will still probably be heat biased. So that's kind of an important thing to know there, is that I'll still have that heat bias, but then it still doesn't matter because what I'm doing is I'm taking those heat stacks and I'm consuming them with Dante using his tragedy here, where you consume damage over time effects. Status duration does actually matter there. It does increase, like it effectively doubles. If you have 100% increased status duration, it effectively doubles the damage of this because it's more damage over time that you're consuming. Yeah, encumber and enervate within the build. So like Grimoire actually does an impressive amount of damage in this setup with enervate and having that high attack speed. And then just as a backup, I don't like, you can run strength here, but I don't think it's necessary. I think having this feature of being able to recover in case you mess up, which I still do occasionally, where you mess up and you don't keep right bonded up, to have like your energy economy keep flowing. Having Grimoire there as a backup is really useful. Right, kitty? Yeah. So that's why Summoner's Wrath is here, because this is effectively faction damage for your companion. Yeah, just this works so well. It's a really cool build. I don't use it enough to like really say it's like the best version, but when I do use it, it is very good. It's what I run for Dante if I don't feel like playing Excalibur, which is very seldomly. No, why don't I put a lens in this? What is wrong with me? I don't have a lens in here? There you go. I'm only ever using this with like Narman and my Nikana Zaw. Yeah, it seems like my networking issues are solved. I'll test it one more time. Yeah. Restarting the modem seems to have resolved that. Void Cascade. The Void Cascade is up. Wrap up the duplicates. I'm trying to remember if that is the case. I think it does. I think Summoner's Wrath does actually boost it. And I think the wiki actually says that. Okay, the Fallings are not affected. So yeah, it is. The Fallings are affected by Summoner's Wrath. Companions duplex bond. So yeah, it looks like it is actually affected by it. And the goal of duplex bond in that scenario is to just dump as many status type damages as possible. All right, looks like we're running. Did you want to join, Floor? Did you want to join on a Void Cascade? Or are you already in one? I think the Fallout build is level cap viable. If you want to come test it, go for it. If you want to come in and test the exact variation that you're running of it, yeah, go ahead and message me in game. I just have to host because of persistence. And run whatever you want. I really don't care what you guys run. Just do the things. Just do the Void Cascade things and everything will be all right. Okay. And I think that last slot will be filled by you. Void Cascade. This is in fact Steel Path Void Cascade. Just sanity checking here to make sure this is in fact what we're looking for. All right. Yeah, I've definitely run the Fallout build. It scales better at higher levels, but I think when I ran it last, I was using condition overload, and that doesn't scale as well as prime pressure point for like super high end stuff. Condition overload scales better at lower at allowing you to maintain your energy economy, but it doesn't work better when you get towards the higher end, because then you don't get my in-game name is the exact same as my my YouTube. Oh. I'll probably top my T off. Yep, okay. And I'm not going to roll the tiles. I don't care enough to roll tiles. So here, I'll queue up this this mission. I'll go top my T off, and just when you actually are ready, start the thing. I'll use this one. I'm gonna just upgrade all of my relics because void traces are there to use, not to sit on. I think I'm all set up properly too. Playing Titania. I will say I do enjoy being able to beat Titanias at speeding through missions, because unless you're sort of equivalently skilled at Titania, like obviously an equivalently skilled Titania would beat me, just because that's like, it's not like he would be able to outrun a skilled Titania as an Excalibur. But everyone else, it's quite enjoyable to beat. It's a guilty pleasure of mine to be able to outrun Titanias, even if they're like a low MR console player. Like, haha, I beat you. Congratulations, you played this game for 13 years, or almost 13, 12 and a half years, basically, at this point, I think. You can beat a new player, even if they're playing Titania. Congratulations. So I'll probably, let me see, I'll actually record this to have, and maybe upload it, since this is a quite interesting and novel setup here. Definitely different from what my usual uploads are, but nowhere close to unique in my playstyle. I've probably overall my most used build, talking about over the course of the last 6 years or so since the Amalgam mod came out for Daiku. It's probably still close, probably my second most used, probably my most used build overall is running this variation. But I think my dual Ichor, some of my dual Ichor variations are getting pretty close in superseding that, just based on weapon usage nowadays. So I'm usually gonna chase. I'm gonna wake up this this Void Angel and get this out. I'll handle the Void Angel, so don't worry about it. I thought I woke it up, but apparently not. I'm generally going to be on offense here just because I'm big, dumb Excalibur main, and I just chase the red on the screen. So just keep that in mind. Ooh, we're going to hit the Void Angel with this. That did not do much. Where'd he go? There he is.
The angel is trying to retreat into the void so it can heal. Follow it and stop it.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry too much about that. I think the person from my clan is actually isn't watching this, but
Those void nightmares are hell-bent on one thing.
yeah.
Manifesting more nightmares. That's the way. Break it down, body and soul. Our enemy has abandoned valuable supplies. This is yours now. Extract yourself when you need to.
I would say the easiest one to aim in my experience is Narman. Narman does a really good job at letting you aim it. And then Unaru doesn't need to be aimed since it's a radial attack. So it's kind of convenient. Like, it seems like you can't aim it, but then it really doesn't matter if you can aim it or not. Oh, Kitty's having a good time here.
Void contamination critical. Do these invaders have any idea what demons they have invoked upon us all? We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups.
Like, I should be proccing lethal levitation here. I don't need to, but it might be when we get towards level cap, I might need to start proccing it to get higher damage, like weapon damage. We'll see. I hope not. It'd be kind of nice. But it is a feature that I might as well use.
Excalizer spent.
Yeah, so I guess let me know, kind of keep track at how many of these convergence orbs you guys are getting, because they might have fixed this in these endurance missions. Even as the host, you weren't really getting any of these convergence orbs after a certain period of time. So I've already gotten enough to almost have my second Taran strike.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. The void has manifested something other than a nightmare.
That was a pretty quick round, I think. 3 minutes. Not bad. Oh no. Oh, Zenaruk? Yeah, I'll be on it. Or I'll be honest. I didn't really use Zenaruk that much. I didn't like the. Usually, when everyone's like, "Oh, this is the best," I kind of find a reason to make it not the best. I'm kind of a hipster that way. I guess as you could probably suspect from my Excalibur gameplay. I'm at least a little bit of a hipster when it comes to defying the meta. Yeah, Slash Dash doing really good job here, even in this build. So definitely worth using the Afflictions variant as your Slash Dash stat stick. In comparison to when I ran this build originally, Slash Dash was worthless. There was no way to buff Slash Dash, because this was before Incarnans. And then Incarnans, obviously, I wouldn't be able to use an Iconazal while using Incarnans. So the fact that Slash Dash can be actually useful here makes this build even better than what it used to be. Like back in the day when I first started running it.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. Excalizer spent.
Hi, Kitty. I'm sorry, Kitty. You want my attention, Kitty? I think Kitty's bored. Yeah, so like here's a third convergence orb. Ooh. Get some extra attack speed here.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups.
This extra attack speed might actually not help me. I got like nullified or something. Make sure you get your reactant there, bud. I don't care. I personally don't care to crack the relics, but I know a lot of people probably need some of the resources from that.
Excalizer spent.
Like for me, it's just maybe the faster resource booster is the only thing I care about. And even then, I think I've got so much at this point. But you don't want to miss out on that kind of stuff. I feel like you had 10. This happens actually where it bugs out. You have full reactant and it doesn't count and you don't get the bonus. That sucks. Let me see. I can actually tell you if you had enough or not. I can just hit rewind right here. It looks like you had 8, 9. Yeah, it looks like you missed it by 1. So you did actually only have 9. Just keep that in mind. Some of these are going to go pretty quick. Your first objective, I think, if you're struggling with it, your first objective, primary objective, should just be get your reactant. Because I can take the hit if need be. I imagine the bonuses are a lot more important to you than they are to me. I hope they are, because they don't matter to me at all. I don't do these to crack relics. I do these to test builds and have fun playing at like the hardest tier of the game. Oh. Be gone, ghost. Yeah, so I would recommend Quinn making getting the reactant your priority. Just kind of ignore the objective if you need to for that. If you're having that consistent issue, just so you don't miss out. Playing defense like that can sometimes run into the problem. If you didn't know about this, once I have a friend that I play Void Cascade a lot and goes pretty sweaty in these. If the Excalibur is a quarter or less and it starts to get captured, they don't have enough time to actually capture it before it completes. And how you can tell if it's a quarter is if it's halfway up that last part of the circle. So, you know, like if each, or not the circle, of the diamond shape, you think those are 1/4 each of those lines. So if it's more than halfway up the last part of it, then it's something they can't capture it in time before it finishes. It takes them however much time to capture it. That is less than. Yeah, this feels so good. This build is a lot of fun. Ooh, it's an ash. Ash parts. Oh, that one's even worth more. These are all ducats to me, so I'm sorry if you ask for the Zaw parts. It's it's the standard heavy attack, to put it simply. It's the standard heavy attack Nakana Zaw build, which is like a Corp grip, the Vargeet 2 Ruhong link, and then a Sephun strike. If I've memorized that and how many times that I've said it in videos over the last over the last few days. I think I've memorized that. It's literally the standard heavy attack build that was used before for like spamming heavy attacks. So there I lost persistence, but didn't matter, thankfully. See, this is why I don't like running a primary, because now I don't get my cool fissure bonus for melee or extra range, or melee or extra strength. So that's the whole reason why I don't equip primaries and secondaries, primarily. Also for the fact that if I'm playing melee only, the first thing I have to do every single mission is hold Q to switch to my melee, and that kind of gets old. It's a very minor problem, but it matters. It does start to matter on these types of missions, where it's a difference of you getting a reactive bonus that actually matters or not. 100% chance versus a 66% chance of mattering. I'm gonna go grab this convergence orb because I want to keep testing. Taran strikes do in fact work on Thrax ghosts. So if you have Unaru is so good at killing Thrax ghosts. You can basically wipe an entire map of Thrax ghosts with the slam. Not only the slam from the ability itself, but the resulting Taran strike, like seismic impact stacks. It's so good. Unaru really is the best overall school still, in my opinion. Do I have a mod drop booster on? No, I don't. Everyone got the reactant fitty. Oh. Yeah, see, I don't think this one's going to be able to capture it in time, but I'd rather not find out. I'd rather just kill it. Oh, we're getting some good drops here. Look at that. Good job, guys. And gals. Did I answer your question there, Mr. Or Mrs. Treyowski? Not the greatest with pronunciations. I don't think anyone's relying on shields. Ooh, I actually like seeing... Thank you for bringing Calervo. Are you running a persistence build on Calervo right now? Because I've been curious to see how well that performs. You're going to probably run into getting downed, but that's perfectly fine. If you end up getting downed, we can handle that. But I really like testing these things and seeing... so I like when people actually bring different stuff. Okay. So just realize you might start getting downed at a certain point, and that's perfectly okay. Just realize you might need to start using your overguard a lot more. If you're not running the augment, then you might run into that problem. See, if you're using the augment though, the volatile recompense, then you might be fine. But I'm really curious. I'm glad you brought that.
Suppressed. Purge it before it makes the contamination worse. We're down an Excalibur, working on backups. Now the Excalibur's purged.
Oh,
Any casualties
this guy bugged out.
in its field will bring the contamination level down.
Nope. I'm not really paying attention right now. Oh, using my build from my video.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. See what you make of this.
Did I actually get enough reactant? Goody. I wasn't paying attention. I'm just kind of murdering stuff. Having fun using this build again. Necros. I haven't seen Necros in a long time. Yeah, it's the same exact Zaw setup as my Muon video that I just uploaded yesterday, I think. It's just with a different strike. And you could use that if you wanted to use a... I don't remember what all you can use with core, but the idea is you get the crit chance and base damage as high as possible. And so you use the stuff that sacrifices speed for damage and increases crit chance. Goodbye, Ghost. Did I bug this one out? Hopefully not. If I bug any of these out, it is not intentional. Please don't crucify me, Digital Extremes. Heat stack. Where's my persistence? So I did just not have enough armor. We'll find out how much of an issue that is. Somatic. There was a long time I never bothered doing those things. I'm kind of on a completionist kick of like mods and that sort of stuff. Because why not? At this point, it's content. Give myself a nice extra 200% damage.
Spent Excalizer has been
Ooh.
retired. We're down an Excalizer. Working on
Gonna get ourselves a nice big old fat Vex Verox, whatever it's called. Yeah, I'm still getting orbs. Are you guys still getting orbs? Like, pretty regularly? Because they might have fixed this. It's never been like this, where I've, even as the host, where you're able to get this many orbs. Ooh, look at that. If you're still getting orbs, then they might have actually, like, stealth fixed the orb issue that I've seen so often in any of these missions, where even the host isn't getting it, and so you get one Tauren strike the entire level cap run. You can probably even see that in, I think in the most recent mission I did to, like, that I recorded and uploaded to level cap. I'm pretty sure I was talking about that in the chat with the host. 3x? What is this? I have like 3x magnetic? What the heck?
Excalizer spent.
Probably in this, to be safe, I should probably just be recasting this quite often. Yeah, like, see, he's even more convergence orbs. So they might have fixed that. I don't remember seeing it in the patch notes. They did something to Void Cascade, like some optimization. But here, I'm gonna go grab this Steel Essence real quick before it disappears. Big damn.
Excalizer spent.
Alright, how do I get there? Okay. Yeah, this waypoint does not do it justice to where the actual objective is.
Been retired. The void has manifested something other than a nightmare.
Look at that, we're on it. I personally think with this update, Void Cascade has just gotten so much easier in a good way of, you know, you're not forced to run Matarai or have people whine about you not running Matarai. You can kind of run whatever you want. As long as you've got a Tauren strike and it's fully modded and fully configured, I feel like it just simply doesn't matter anymore. Just huge quality of life. I think it's obvious that Digital Extremes also wants this to be the, like, proper endgame. The synergy between, like, Operator and Warframe, I think, is really fun in this. It's a lot more engaging.
Nearby attackers will degrade the Excalizer's performance.
So making it more obtainable without requiring a bunch of nonsense is pretty nice. Using any focus school you want. Alright, let me grab this Convergence Orb. I think the true test will be whether you're able at level cap to properly charge So like I have Narman lenses on everything right now for my equipment. This was a weird problem. So you wouldn't get any orbs, but then you also, when you would think when you're at level cap, you would get enough affinity through just conversion to be able to charge your Taron Strike, and that wasn't the case.
Excalizer spent.
I'm doing things. Am I actually helping right now? I am helping right now.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups. Spent Excalizer has been retired. Struggle has its benefits.
I don't know if we're on another upgrade here, but we'll see. Another upgrade for resource. Look at there. I'm helping. Come get your dookies. Everybody get your dookies. Probably use a different relic. Here we go. Inaros. I do, in fact, just randomly scroll, and whatever it lands on. Oh, I got you. It's okay. I am here to save you. Oh, I got a heat stack. Oh boy.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Things are definitely happening on the screen. Ooh, another orb.
Spent Excalizer
Look at
has
that.
been retired.
Getting so many Taron strikes. All right, we're gonna kill this Thrax Ghost with this, unless someone already murdered it. I don't think it'll matter in the long run, but you can kill Thrax Ghosts with your Taron Strike and its effects. And hopefully that means that's actually a good thing to test. Try not to kill a Thrax Ghost here in a moment. Let me try something. Kind of ignore this current possession. Because I want to see if I can just kill the Thrax Ghost with the Spectral. If that counts. It doesn't look like it. I think I still have the effect. No, I don't. Huh. That's something worth testing later when I get when I get a Taron Strike again, on whether or not I can kill Thrax Ghosts with the Spectral Blades. Because in theory I should. They should do void damage. And just like the other Taron Strikes do void damage.
Our enemy's folly, your gain.
Another orb. Mine's got 25 on it. Guess I don't have a Latron Prime receiver. I might as well take it. I don't know. I don't know what any of these cost. They're all ducats to me, but hopefully you guys get good value out of it.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups.
Yeah, right there. I don't have it because a little annoying. This is where the lower duration, not running primed continuity, does start giving you issues where you're running out of,
Finish your mission and
or you're running out, and there's not enough enemies killing. Like, there's not enough enemies spawning for me to get enough utility out of Eternal War in this. Unless I just start going for murders. Which is, you know, it's a strategy.
Equalizer spent. We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups.
Let me hit the thing.
Void Cascade losing steam.
By the way, I did find out you can still bug out Excalizers if you do them during the intermission, like right here. Because I did actually bug one out the last level cap run I did while on stream. Just accidentally bugged it out. Like, oof. It's been a while since I've done that by accident. Well, let's see. I'll see. Do I have any Kestrel? I'll use this one. See if we get lucky. Where is Malice? Oh. How do I have 360%? Someone using like Bright Bonnet or something? I snapshotted in a... Yeah. Interesting. Reactant. I think we might need to do something. There's a bunch of reactant in this room.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups.
No. I've been noticing if I at least look at my Tyrant Strike before I pick up orbs, that I'll be more likely to not miss it, I guess.
Spent Excalizer has been retired.
I'm coming.
See what you make of this.
25.
Excalizer spent. We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups. Excalizer spent.
Oh, hi, Malice. Hi, Malice. You done found out. you picked the wrong Warframe, fool. Should have gone for I don't know. I guess we're all not really going down, so he doesn't really have a good option here.
Collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. Enemy bounty secured.
Oh yeah. Tyrant Strike bubbles out the wazoo. If you guys are still getting them, then that's great. If you guys are still getting the Tyrant Strike bubbles, and we keep getting them all the way up through level cap, then that might be a stealth fix. I'm gonna get another Tyrant Strike here. Alright, so I'm gonna see real quick. Just please leave this guy alone. I'm gonna see if I can kill it with it. No. I didn't see any damage hit markers on it. So the spectral blades might just not work properly.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups.
Well done, Hanno. Your relic is opened.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. Excalizer suppressed. Purge it before it makes the contamination worse.
Yeah, I think as long as I don't really have to micromanage it hard, but if I just pay a little bit, even a little bit of attention to where my war cry is at, I should be fine. Like in a scenario, let me see, do I actually have war cry up right now? Yeah, I do. Okay. In a scenario where I don't see a lot of enemies for a while, I just recast it. So like right here, it's getting to the point where it's below recast duration. So then I can just recast it every once in a while, just make sure it's up, since I'm relying on it to stay above 1400. So in a scenario where I get a Jade, or I get like one of the Jade things on me, you get that guaranteed heat. And that will, in fact, cause you to go down pretty quickly if you're not paying attention. That's the advantage of having like true non-conditional 1400 armor, where that like really matters. Even Warcry, depending on, even if Warcry with some extra duration and Eternal War can still give you issues where you lose the buff from just a Jade Eximus thing. You ever give a reason why they don't half the cost of Umbral mods as well? I don't know. I think if I had to guess, it's probably a technical limitation. I wish what they would allow us to do is like double polarize a slot, like an Omni. You could polarize a slot with both Omni and Umbra, and then I could just simply not run into the issues that I sometimes run into switching between them. That you kind of just need a second Excalibur for, which, you know, the vast majority of people don't have.
Contamination spreading. Spent Exalizer has been retired.
Oh, you're down. I don't know if I'll be able to get to you.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and then take a look inside.
Exalizer has been retired. Struggle has its benefits.
Oh, please no. Okay, I did it. I didn't bug it. I was so close. That's a thing. Struggling with build diversity, even Omni, yeah. And that's the problem that Excalibur has. Just can't think of that. If you haven't seen a lot of my other videos, Excalibur can't do that. Excalibur can't. You can't get multiple versions of Umbra. You can't get multiple versions of Prime. Umbra being obviously the one that matters more. But that's where the whole discussion comes up of the Excalibur problem, because you simply can't correct that issue on a Warframe that already has problems with base stats. His base stats are pretty terrible. He probably should get an increase in health and shields, at least health, because you think it doesn't really make sense for you to have Excalibur Umbra that comes with some of the most powerful health tanking mods, but have borderline bottom tier stats. Even if you compare Excalibur Umbra's base stats to Excalibur, he has the same health and shields as base Excalibur. It's like, why doesn't Prime and Umbra have like 500 base base health. That would make running these builds a lot easier. Same if you had like higher base armor to at least get the 1400 with just triple umbral. I think that would fix a lot of these issues. There's a lot of things that they do need to do. It's just they're not going to do them unless people complain enough about it. D does in fact listen to squeaky wheels. Unfortunately, Tar and Strike doesn't kill these things. That'd been kind of nice if they did.
Down an Excalizer. Working on backups.
I might try a different subsume on this after this one. Get rid of Warcry. Get my unconditional 1400 armor with Archon shards. And think of another subsume. I'll probably think of another subsume in the meanwhile.
Excalizer spin. See what you make
Yeah,
of
like
this.
right there. Don't know what just happened there, but we'll see. I guess I might as well get a Kestrel Prime Blade. I might have a full set then. They actually just go down here, so we'll see. See if I can last grasp my way back. Nope. That is a negative. Let's see.
Excalizer's
Looks like you'll be able to get to me, I
makes
think.
the contamination worse.
Maybe.
Keep any roaming threats
Maybe not.
away from that Excalizer until it discharges. That'll make this cat
Maybe.
in the bud.
Nope.
Spent Excalizer has been retired.
Yeah, this is where I think that lack of, like, you get like a slight nullification. You might temporarily lose your persistence, but then having to also have this extra step of recasting Warcry just to be able to meet that is probably not worth it for these types of missions. Like, that's all it takes.
Marking a possessed Excalizer. Deal with
Unless that was also just slash plugging it out.
this cascade is growing out of control.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
That might be one of those things that I standardize on this, because I don't think I need Warcry on this build. I can get my attack speed by just getting rid of some extra range that you probably really don't need in this build that's more focused on Contagion. I get that in my Riven. So as long as you get attack speed or range, that would be your flex slots, technically.
Excalizer spent. Excalizer under assault.
So many things on the screen, I can't see where you're at.
Sorry, boss. I fall down.
Your favorite general use amp part or build? I actually have a video showing this. It's the amp I'm using right now is a 153. So 153, it's like Raplock, X-Arts, and Lawrin. And then you just got to make sure you get 100% amp efficiency. So with the new mod that gives you 30% in Eternal Logistic, and then you can just do this where it just full autos. You don't even have to be tapping your alt fire for that to work. It's a thing that's always worked. It's just it's a lot easier to get now than before. Before you would have to make sure you were relying on Astral Bond to get 100%. It's no longer the case.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. Enemy bounty secured.
I think maybe there's a simple thing that I can do to buff slash dash here. I'm just thinking of subsumes. I want like a really low effort subsume for this build. Something I don't really have to think about. And this has always been a problem. There was actually a while where I used the status immunity one, like the hideous resistance or something. And then that's when I realized that there's a knockdown effect or feature of Contagion, and it burns through those stacks because that's considered a status effect. So it's like I could use that, but then I'd have to be really careful because if I get within melee range of my Contagion, I'll just start burning through those stacks, and it was a problem enough to where I stopped using it. That's where Raffle Advance is probably the best just like option in general to buff this build. I just don't want to have to use it. Yeah, I don't really have to use it at all, but
Just lost an Excalizer to possession. Get it back.
I think having it in the toolkit and not requiring you to keep it up makes sense in this context. So I'll probably do that. Go back to Raffle Advance after this one. Get my properly unconditional 1400 armor. I don't know if it'll fit mod slot wise though. I think it'll be really tight. Because then I'll go back, instead of using Eternal War, I'll use Warcry, which I think was already set up in that build.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. We just lost an Excalizer to possession. Get it back. We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups. Now the Excalizer's purged. Any casualties you inflict within its field will bring the contamination level down.
There we go.
The relic has been cracked open.
I think if this build works just fine, like damage-wise, even at level cap without Raffle Advance, just think of how much more ridiculous it would be with Raffle Advance. Like the thing about Raffle Advance, was I always super into MMOs? I wouldn't really call even this game an MMO. I don't really care for MMOs in general, personally speaking. When I played WoW, it was largely just like, it was just kind of the game at the time. Like I went from RuneScape to World of Warcraft back in 2000, like 2008 time frame, and it was just kind of the games that my friends were playing. And when I played WoW for the subsequent years, it wasn't really to play an MMO, it was to play a PvP game. Because the arenas, I was a huge arena player. I like the raids. The raids were fun too. Here, I'm going to come get you. I think I can get to you in time.
Excalizer spent.
This waypoint won't be retarded.
Excalizer suppressed. Purge it before it makes the contamination worse. Just lost an Excalizer to possession. Get it back.
Yeah, it's like the waypoints here are kind of messed up. Yeah, I've even died already once. Not maintaining Warcry. Oh. This is where stuff starts to get intense, when these enemies start going Not just a little bit more levels, but a lot more levels. Very quickly up to 10,000.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. This discovery might interest you.
Oh look, I did a thing. Oh, well, looks like I ran out of void traces. Oh well, normal relics. Worst case, you can always scroll back into this and see what happened at that moment. You know, you scroll back, you can see your profile from like the top right here of the screen. So you can see if your health just like all of a sudden dropped right before that. It should track pretty quickly, pretty accurately. Seeing it from my perspective as the host.
You have collected enough reactors to open your relic.
Yes, yeah, I'm losing Warcry like crazy here. I don't know if it's nullifiers or something. But like Warcry is definitely in this mission type, it is not unconditional. It is it's not as reliable as I was hoping. This is all it takes is you losing that for just long enough and getting any sort of heat stack on you. Which there's tons. Like I don't it doesn't look like I lose it from the magnetic, the Warcry. Like right here, I don't have enough duration to like keep it running most of the time. Scenario where there's a bunch of enemies though. Oh, single magnetic. Thanks, Rex Ghost.
Excalizer suppressed. Purge it before it makes the contamination worse.
Well, at least go to level cap. We probably I don't think staying above level cap is worth it. So once we get to it, you can get we can get our scans, our Cephalon scans. You just use your synthesis scanner and then get like pretty much daily cap instantly. It only takes like 4 scans to do it. If you're unfamiliar with that process.
Excalizer spent.
I haven't seen an orb in a while. I feel like I'm due for an orb.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. Struggle has its benefits.
I'll take a... You know, because I need more I need more Forma. I don't have enough Forma crafted. Taking a while to get that overguard off of this guy. Yeah, starting to get one shot with persistence. Yeah. I unfortunately figured as much, because that's actually why I'm hosting specifically, so that I can not run into that issue, because that is a host versus client problem right now. I think that's been figured out fully, to say definitively.
Excalizer spent.
I think we're still doing good though. We'll definitely reach level cap. We only have like a few more rounds till that happens. And Kitty treating me good. I just got 16 from that.
Excalizer suppressed. Purge it before
We're kind of on that home stretch right now.
now the Excalizer's purged.
Let me grab this reactant. Oh,
Within its field will bring the contamination level down.
I didn't even see them dropped.
Spent Excalizer has been retired.
That might have been slash proc there. That knocked me down. There's a bit where I feel like Vazarin still does the best at last grasp, because you get the Guardian Shell, and Guardian Shell is extremely powerful when you're an operator. That's like the easiest way for you to actually stay alive as operator, in my opinion. There you go. Yeah, Alex, technically my favorite game type, if I were to say like what games I enjoy the most, it's actually games that I can do build crafting in. So it's what got me basically to finally quit WoW, because I get in trouble for actually build crafting using clever game mechanics in World of Warcraft and breaking an arena season. So it's like, if I can't play the game even within how it's designed to be played, because I guess I pissed too many people off about it, including a bunch of streamers and AWC world champs and stuff, then sounds like it's not worth my time. That's really what I enjoy the most. If I had to say one type game mode, it kind of doesn't matter if it's an MMO-ish kind of game. I don't really think people understand, like, MMOs have been dead for a while. Like, MMOs died when WoW went to instancing, because like the idea of an MMO is that it's an instanced world that you can always hop into. And even World of Warcraft, I wouldn't consider an MMO anymore. I think that basically died. And then Classic, when they released Classic, like I didn't care for Classic at all. I'm not kind of that nostalgic type person. The game was a proper version, like a proper MMO for a while, but then they had daily, like the login queues and all that crazy stuff, and people didn't tolerate it. Like a game that is still a proper MMO is a game like PlanetSide 2. That is a proper MMO FPS still, because you log in, the server is static. It's not like you're being instanced between, like, all this server's capacity, so then you're not logging into, like, the static instance of this world that you're supposed to... It's supposed to be a living, breathing world. Like, that's kind of the idea of MMOs. And there's pretty much no versions of that anymore. Like, I think that's been lost on people as... But really, it's a requirement for something to be an MMO. Which open world is my go-to or favorite? I would say... like, I'm trying to think. Did I have 10? I did not have 10. Like, I'm trying to think. I think they're all pretty cool. I don't really... Like, I don't really spend too much time in open world, to be honest. I think they each have their own advantages. I would say the interesting answer to that question is I think Deviri as a open world is a little bit more interesting than the rest. Like, Duviri feels larger because you have to fly around in the cave. It is, I guess, technically an open world, so that would probably be my favorite because it is the most interesting. Yeah, you might have to start spamming your 2 in order to stay alive, like back how it used to be. And I don't know what the condition is. It doesn't seem to always apply. There's things that bypass persistence, and there's some things that don't. Like it's not repeatable in what I remember testing.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
I think I'm at least one-shotting these guys with my heavy attack from Tennokai.
Spent Excalizer has been retired.
Another 16 drop. Thanks, kitty.
Excalizer spent. Contamination levels going in the wrong direction. Excalizer spent.
Yeah, you can see the damage falling off a bit here. I'm not really one-shotting things unless I'm doing heavy attacks with it. And I'm keeping up pretty good. I feel like I'm keeping up pretty good amount of stacks. Something Wrathful Advance would 100% solve. Even there, like, this is with a strength bonus, though, so it's not really realistic.
Purge it before it makes the contamination
But
worse.
that's a good amount of damage there. Oh, here, I'm coming. What? I might rewatch that. See what just happened there.
Is purged. Any casualties you inflict within its field will bring the contamination level down.
And I'm gonna need to be revived. I don't even know what happened there. I might be able to see a little real-time replay here. Anyone? 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 Nope. Okay.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups. The void has manifested something.
Limitations of running Nerriman too, without having some of those extra features. I haven't gotten any focus orbs since I died that first time. Let me see. I can actually rewind here. Yeah, it's definitely not as easy to last grass without Guardian Shell. Like Guardian Shell and the Mine, I think makes the easiest last grass to actually meet. Okay, so this might be another instance of Slash bypassing this. Oh, okay.
Spent Excalizer has been retired.
See if I can actually last grasp for once. Oh, there's a ghost.
Spent Excalizer has been retired.
Did it.
Excalizer spent. This cascade is growing out of control.
This might just be the scenario where Gloom, no matter what, you just run Gloom to help defensiveness. Because you think part of this, too, is Gloom will prevent you from taking damage by just preventing the enemies from hitting you reliably. Like right there. What even happened there? And already downed again. Yeah. This might just be a Gloom. This might just be where Gloom is required.
Working on backups. Our enemy's folly is your gain.
The hard part here is when you die like that, you have to recover all that extra health that you kind of need at this point to stay alive. And I can't be an operator too long. As you notice, I'm actually getting killed out of operator. So I might just have to rely on slash dash. Alright, I'm gonna get over this direction. Right here. That was simply just taking a lot of damage there. It's quite possible that it's just slash might feel like you run into death easier, but considering all it takes is a slash proc in 4 seconds, or like a little over 4 seconds for me to die. Yeah, feel free to ping when you go down. Feel free to ping because sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes it's hard to see that you're actually down. That's where like putting a ping down really helps.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups. Contamination spreading.
Yeah, like right here. This is just so many enemies.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission.
I don't even know what happened there. This is like this is Gloom. Gloom would solve this. We're almost there though.
Excalizer to possession.
It's like one more round, I think.
Any nearby attackers will degrade the Excalizer's performance. Clear them out to get the system working full steam. Cascade receding.
Okay. Okay. Brax ghosts. Thanks, game. I think one thing I did see reported was the likelihood of you dying, like right there. I died from full health as operator. Like I had full health. So I don't know what that's about. This is fun. It gets a little buggy at this point though. It's kind of the only downside here. I think damage-wise, I'm actually still doing fine damage-wise. It is beneficial if I am running, if I am stacking lethal levitation, though. I think that's pretty noticeable. So yeah, once it hits level cap, get scans with your synthesis scanner to be able to max out your Simaris rep. Because you just have to scan any enemy and it'll give you like 6,000 or 7,000 rep per. $341 million? I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah, this clearly doesn't need Raffle Advance. And if I remove range, it's not like it's going to reduce the damage removing range in order to get attack speed. Okay. Let me kill this ghost. Nope. Or you can kill it. Nope, or you can kill the ghost too. You're stealing my kills there, bud. I'm down. Centipede, you were stealing my kills. I'm down right next to you. Okay, never mind. If I die a couple more times without getting revived, or if you steal my kills while I'm trying to last grasp, then we're gonna definitely have to extract, because otherwise I'm gonna not have enough lives to respawn, and I don't think anyone here has Vazarin. Might even go down trying to revive you. Because my Warframe dies right here. Yeah. We're gonna have to be on top of reviving each other right now, because I can't even revive an operator without my Warframe dying. Alright. I think we're effectively at level cap here.
We just lost an Excalizer to possession. Get it back.
And I'm wondering if there's an issue where if I have a heat stack on me, I can recast Warcry if I lose that armor and then therefore take lethal damage, because I'm like clearing the buff, getting enough armor to be above it. Like that might actually be a problem here too. Like me recasting Warcry is actually getting me killed. Yeah, that first time I went down was just straight up because of a slash proc. Alright, I'm going to revive you as operator, as I'm down. So this is probably the time where we extract. It might be worth not killing Frax Ghosts just so we can revive off of them. So just staying in your operator. Like after this relic, let's extract. I'll let this guy know too. Yeah, I'd say just don't kill the Thrax Ghosts so that they can stack up and we can use them for a last grasp. Because like those are guaranteed easy kills when from last grasp. I need to test that. I feel like that might actually be part of the problem here. Like Warcry might actually be giving me an issue here. Oh, okay. Let me. I think there was a ghost. There he is. Where'd he go? 40 million.
Excalizer has been retired.
No. Listen to my own advice here.
Excalizer suppressed. Purge it before it makes the contamination worse.
Alright, remember, last round. Yeah, we're going to be at level cap after this next round. So great time to extract. Less than an hour and a half. It's pretty good.
Spent Excalizer has been retired. This discovery might interest you.
Okay. Yeah, get your scans. Try not to die doing it. You only need to scan like 3 or 4 enemies and be fine. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to rely on Warcry for these types of missions, because I'm pretty sure that's like the core of the problem here. Core of the problem I'm running into, even being host.
We're down an Excalizer. Working on backups. Contamination levels going in the wrong direction.
I might be able to simulate this here. I'm not doing scans because I'm actually, I think, capped with Samaris right now. Oh. Well, crap.
Excalizer suppressed. Purge it before it makes the contamination worse.
Maybe I can last grasp here.
Approaching critical levels. Your time is running
There you go.
out.
Okay. Alright, get to the orb. Okay. We're all here. Come in. There we go. Yeah, a bit chaotic, but learn some stuff too.
Contamination spreading.
So I would say if you oh boy.
Stabilizing the cerament is a foolhardy strategy. The void has already started to degrade.
Yeah, I would say with Colervo, if you do a level cap run, just keep in mind that you probably have to run the augment too, is volatile recompose, because it's simply bugged. That was stuff I didn't know before, after, like, until after making that video, that you will run into those issues. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay.
Look, there will never be another Archimedean symposium. No more waiting. Petra objects
Let me,
that affected one another continue to
okay, I already
affect
have
one
that.
another, even
So yeah, definitely not going to run any conditional armor. Any conditional armor is not worth it. Wrathful Advance will provide. Which, this is super tight, this build. I don't need the continuity in it. So I might figure out how to lower this a bit. Okay. I'll pause the record. Alright. It seems like someone gave me a gift. Oh boy. Hopefully it's not something. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Iron Legion 7. I have plenty of Forma now. Okay. Let me go. I gotta fix some things here. I might actually drop my primed continuity for something else, because I won't have enough armor without like getting rid of a lot of stuff that I don't want to get rid of. Like, I need to get rid of 2 Archon shards in order to get up to 1400, because I can't use Stand United. I just can't. So that's where dropping prime continuity for something with armor. This is where I've floated this. Where is it? I'm blind. Running this guy might actually have value because you think like that 2 seconds, you're going to proc that relatively often, but is like, I don't know if it's actually worth it overall to rely on this. And then I would still need to at least use one more Archon Shard. So then I'd probably be sacrificing duration. Because it's like you don't really need duration. I would rather have the extra strength and duration in the setup. And I don't think getting rid of this is worth it. Maybe not. No, we're just going to keep it. We're just going to keep it. No, wait. I'm dumb. I got rid of this for a reason. The armor. There you go. 1,500 non-conditional armor. Okay. Let me check chat. I think the ability to survive with the augment, I just have to be very cautious. The problem with it is that it's just the problem with arcane persistence doesn't work properly as a client. That's the core fundamental bug that exists with it. That until they fix that, it's going to be a problem. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, 1,500 armor here. Armor. The other thing I could run is like just this. You know, this is pretty good value here too, all things considered. You get enough armor to get there, you get ability strength. Like this is worth almost 2 Archon Shards, and then the heavy attack might actually be worth it for this, because you think of how easy it is to mess up the heavy attack on a Nakana. So that might actually be worth it there too. I'm going to try it out. So put Fury in. This is very close to what I ran for years. I think the only difference here is instead of Galvanized Elementalist, I had Primed Reach. And then I had a lot different Riven. When I was really using this through 2019 to like 2022 or so, until Duviri, I had a crit damage minus puncture Riven, I think, that I bought. It was like one of the most expensive things that I bought way back in the day for Rivens. I had a really great Riven set for that. Okay. I'm gonna try this real quick in a like I don't like using these lower value mods, but it might actually be worth it here. I'm gonna top off my tea.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Yeah, unless you can run like Shield Sentience, that's a really good survivability tactic too. Running Guardian, especially with Expertise now. You can run Guardian Expertise, get a really good amount of defensive capability. As long as you get enough kills, you can pretty much keep it perpetually up. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get used to this heavy attack. This teleport on heavy attack. Yeah, see, I don't know if that's worth it. Kind of annoying. Yeah, like it's buggy enough to where it's probably not worth it.
Life support incoming.
I'm talking about giga, absolutely giga crit right here.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
We go live here. Let's see. Yeah, the best survivability things in the game when it comes to companions is either running the stealth one, so you could run one of the stealth companions. There's ways that you can do that. Even on Excalibur, you can actually stay permanently stealth because as long as you don't melee and you only slash dash, you can just permanently stealth with that. It won't break it with slash dash and Furious Javelin, that kind of stuff. We're gonna get a nice big sword.
Life support on the way.
So in comparison, if you ran this variation on Umbra, you could probably get rid of Warrior's Rest. Like, you think running a low duration Wrathful Advance is one of the least impacted things that you can do. Like the lowest impact. The other solution here, I could just be running Unaru instead and get that extra 200 armor that way.
Another life support capsule.
Even with running Prime Shirt-Footed, it would probably make sense. But I really want to use Narman here. I don't know if Narman's worth the Archon Shard, though, which is effectively what I have to sacrifice to run Narman. It's definitely, if you had to compare, though, just doing a little bit of math here, Lethal Levitation properly working now is 200% damage for everything, not just your melee. And if I had to trade that for Stand United, I'll take using Stand United instead. I think the value there, that's a good example of where Steel Charge isn't really that high of value. In the case for my current Umbral polarity configuration, I might just have to run it though. We're gonna kill this acolyte with this thing. Bam. Yeah, I think whoever mentioned that these get Wrathful Advance, I think you're right, because notice that. Like, they're hitting 17,000. The Spectral Blades. They do look like they get Wrathful Advance, so they might actually be coded as melee.
When you need it, the extraction is ready.
It's going to be very hard to test that, though, in a live mission. I already lost the buff. Oh, well. Yeah, I think you're right. They do look like they have 0% base crit chance, but you can give it Wrathful Advance and buff it, so it's quite possible that once they fix those, Wrathful Advance will be by far the best thing for any Narman build, just to be able to apply that. That is very possible.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Glad I could help with getting you back into enjoying Excalibur. That's part of my goal here. It's showing people the joy of melee-only Excalibur, which is something I've obviously spent a lot of time playing, but I think goes under the radar quite a bit. Yeah, it's like the nature of not running Vol to recompose is allowing you to just use him as a normal health tank and then using that as a backup. In the case of Arcane Persistence bugging out, it might not be worth it. Maximum parry angle after mods. I guess it depends. If you run it on Bow Prime, so Bow Prime has an evolution that it increases your parry angle, if I remember correctly. Yeah, right here. You get additional 30 parry angle. I don't actually have the mod. There's a mod that you can get. It's one of the Exilis mods. I don't even think I have it. Oh no, no, I don't. I don't think I do. I keep forgetting to buy that one. I don't know how I don't have it, but I don't. It increases your block angle. It's one of the Exilis mods. So you think 90 on Bow Prime, if you had that mod on there, you could get like probably what, 120? So it's probably the highest block angle that I'm aware of. Let's see. I can't even fit. This is so costly. I can't even fit anything other than Steel Charge there. So I basically need this right now in order to get my armor high without sacrificing another Archon Shard. Armor. Is there another one of these? I could just run Gladiator with Raffle Advance, which seems kind of dumb. I think maybe the status immunity one probably makes the most sense. Get status immunity for 2 seconds, even though you're probably not proccing this very often. I don't think this cleanses. I think that's the important thing to know about this. If I remember, it doesn't cleanse. Like, if you have a status and you proc this, it doesn't cleanse you of status effects. If I remember, it's probably worth testing again. Yeah, this right here, the problem with Hideous Resistance in this build specifically is that you basically sit there and have it get cleansed. All these stacks get removed every time that you are close enough to get hit by your own Exodia Contagion Blast. Like, the Exodia Contagion Blast will trigger and consume stacks. Spellbind, this doesn't look like it has a great duration on it. That's kind of the limitation here. 16-second. Trying to think of what else gives you status immunity. I think that's it. And in terms of other things, I don't necessarily know if there's anything really worth using other than just Raffle Advance, and you think the power creep from Raffle Advance is pretty high up there on this build. It's probably the best option overall still. Just got to get that 1400 completely non-conditional. Like, I'm pretty sure a problem that I was running into, like, let me see. I might be able to test this. I can't test it without doing Archon Shards. But I'm pretty sure when I was recasting Warcry, if I had a Jade Eximus on me, so a heat stack, when I went to go recast it, if I casted it in between, like right before it was going to give me a heat stack proc, I would lose that armor from the recast and take lethal damage. Just from me, basically decasting to recast Warcry. That didn't seem worth it. %20 health, though. That's so low. The other thing I could do is just run strength. I don't know if it'll fit. No, definitely won't fit. Yeah, I don't really think there's any other options here. Other than just doing like this. And then just eating another Archon Shard. So then probably getting rid of this guy. Running pretty low strength there. I don't know if that's worth the trade for continuity. I feel like more strength would just be more beneficial because you can always recast it. You know, this is an efficient build. Yeah, there's more sources of raw health like this or raw armor, then it wouldn't be a problem of running into limitations on Archon Shards without sacrificing stuff that's probably not worth sacrificing. It's like technically I could probably get rid of this Talford Violet and be just fine. Just kind of sucks being like 68 armor away, even with 2 Archon Shards. That's pretty rough. I can solve that here, but then I'm making compromises somewhere. Which one is it? Is it the slam one? Health and ability duration. I think this is 1 Archon Shard worth of ability duration. And 115 health is not terrible. That gets me close to 2400 in full ramp. And the slam damage is probably beneficial here. I'm not slamming too often, but showing Archon Intensify build. Archon Intensify just kind of sucks on Excalibur because there's no reliable way to proc it. So it's just not worth it. Archon Intensify is really buggy, and there was some interesting interactions. If I remember, there was some really good interactions that it used to have, and they just nerfed them all into the ground. And so it just became not worth it. That's kind of the unfortunate part of it. I do think it would be better to do that. Feel like the Archon Shard for crit damage here is going to be more useful than strength. Let's get me more armor. Noting that if you ran this on base Excalibur, you would not be able to run this because you also wouldn't be able to get the max energy, and you'd have to run like another armor. Like you'd have to have 4 armor on base Excalibur to replicate this, which would be pretty close. Like you could run this kind of variation on base Excalibur and be close enough. Like I remember the math for it. Let me look. I think I actually have this set up. Yeah, here you go. Like I pretty much literally have this set up. I have these lower ranked mods just to make it fit, but you know, at triple Umbral, you're only at 672, and so for you to be able to get to 1400, 5.225, you need to put on 4 Archon Shards in order to satisfy that, which sucks. If you sacrifice that, I'm curious, Stand United prevents you from having to do that. I don't think so. 1400. Oh, wow. Calculator, misclick. Divided by 225. Yeah, you still need... Well, you need 3. If you do Stand United, you can get away with 3 Archon Shards on base Excalibur to be able to mimic this build. So in the case of running normal Excalibur, you can't run Steel Charge, and you can't fit this. But I should really be using Stand United right now, so I don't have to take up an extra Archon Shard slot. I think this is more annoying. I think this mod is more annoying than what it helps. Even though this is effectively 2 Archon Shards for me. It's good value. It's a decent value. Oh, wasn't I going to try that? I'm going to slam. Yeah, like I've considered that too, buying an extra fiber just to be able to run triple umbral. If you don't need the armor, you don't need it, just to be able to get the extra dirt, like ability strength and health. That I would have done that again if it wasn't for the fact that Arcane Persistence exists. And Arcane Persistence just makes it too good to not just have it maxed out. I just need another. I'll probably end up putting another Umbral Polarity on Excalibur here, and hopefully by that time they fix these persistence issues. Not the ones I was experiencing, because I'm pretty sure the one I was just experiencing was actually just the symptom of Warcry and its limitation as being conditional. I feel like there was at least one time I got down because of that. Like I was being proactive with casting Warcry to make sure I had the extra armor, but then in the meanwhile, I was able to get a heat stack and die. I'll review this footage later. Okay. The other obvious option here is I could sacrifice strength or stretch and Furious Javelin, but I think the idea is like it's better to have these extra tools like Furious Javelin and Wrathful Advance than to not have them in the scenario where you might need them. So in most missions, you probably won't have to use Furious Javelin and or Wrathful Advance very much at all. But when you do need them, you have them there. That's kind of the idea. Even if you're just running low strength here. You know, in this case, at least Wrathful Advance will at least I'll be orange critting with this. Okay. I think what I'll do is hop into another Hunhullus mission. So Archon Intensify doesn't proc off of anything other than like a couple of subsumes that you can put on Excalibur, and they're not worth it. Like in that scenario, you would be better off just getting Bright Bonnet instead of putting on a subsume just to be able to proc that mod.
Difference and awaken the memories of the Purity. You have only 12 minutes before the memory of the Hunhullus itself will arise to drag you under.
I feel like I made this public.
Commented prime warframes are the strongest weapons the Anarchs have. Fight fire with fire and draw one out. Here it comes. Put them in the ground.
Apparently not.
Those warframes are all that make you special. See how
Guess I'm doing this solo, apparently. Nope, never mind. Just kidding. Fake news. Yeah, if I had enough mod capacity, I think I would just straight up get rid of Steel Charge and then run Stand United instead, and then I'd free up an Archon Shard, and I'd be able to run Archon Flow, which I should be running in this build, but it just doesn't fit. And then the extra Archon Shard, I'd probably just run Strength. Maybe. Or you can run another crit damage. Another crit damage will probably scale better than Steel Charge. Like if you're trading between Steel Charge and a crit damage, and a crit damage shard, you're probably better off sacrificing the crit damage shard. Or Steel Charge. I think out of those two trades, that's the better deal. Would it proc on Cullervo? I think it does from his recompense. Like when you don't have health. The problem is you have to be able to take health damage. So then unless you're actively taking health damage, Archon Intensify won't proc. And so you're either using Combat Discipline to proc that, or you're running like a health tank build. And it's not worth it. Like if you have to consider the trades here, you're better off running triple Umbral on Cullervo. Like out of those options there. Like you're just better off running triple Umbral. And then it gives you a lot more features. Like you can run battery, and battery will be more than enough starting energy. It gives you more flexibility. Like Cullervo is in fact a health tank. Persistence makes that a reality. It's just most people think the Overguard is sufficient for him to survive, and it's not. Like, you can't entirely rely on it. You can do that on Warframes that have shields as well, but on Cullervo, it's like you basically need triple Umbral on Cullervo, in my opinion. I'm trying to think, do we get a Umbral Forma this week? Steel Path Rotation. I feel like we might be getting a Umbral Forma this week. Let me look. No. We're like 3 weeks off. Okay. Yeah, ideally I run Umbral or Archon mods here too, just because. So the thing I would have to do is basically triple Umbral Excalibur Prime in order to be able to fit that, or at least double Umbral. What's this guy running? Revenant?
Tenno, Highkin stole it. Save before Highkin Core changed to Anarch Mod.
Enough. Let Ballas's nightmares face their own time.
Don't let a scratch get on those bracks. We need them.
Highkin, fast move. Go.
Yeah, this is definitely working as intended. Raffle of Ants just scales so well. Look at me, I'm getting double drops like crazy today. Kitty's treating me good. Yeah, and the strength might be low in this build, but it's like, if it genuinely, if it's not necessary, if you're not using Exalted Blade primarily, you're using tools like Furious Javelin and Raffle of Ants in order to boost your damage, then it probably doesn't matter, especially if in fissure missions you're going to be able to get double fissure bonuses and such here and there. It just might not matter. The cool thing about Raffle of Ants and Contagion is you can actually proc it after you've already thrown a Contagion thing. Like you throw it and then Raffle of Ants and it'll actually proc. It's a little fun feature for you there. Hey, why'd you have to move right as I was gonna throw a thing at you?
Need reload. One more comes. Drop zone too hot. Clear you must.
You're a lifeline, Tenno. Hope you got another miracle in you. They predicted our every move, and now we know why. Ground scanners. Find them and scrap them.
Oh, whoops. Misclick. Slide heavy attack Contagion was also pretty toxic. So that's the... I'm kind of glad that's no longer viable. No longer necessary, because it's like, you think that was... People really made that almost necessary for the thing to work, and they had to nerf Contagion into the ground to prevent people from just using nothing but that. So I'm kind of glad it's in the state that it is. You don't need it to do it. I've never really done the heavy attack variation of it because Excalibur's always had a really good ability to maintain full combo and buff damage in general. Now, Furious Javelin definitely helps prevent you from needing to do any of that kind of craziness.
Warframes cut down my comrades like cattle.
There's a bit of synergy here too. You think Raffle of Ants, I can get myself higher up with Raffle of Ants, and then that should do more Contagion damage because of being higher up, effectively farther away from your target. So that might actually be a bit of synergy here that I'm thinking of.
Amok supply cache is located. Get close and siphon them off for our side.
Cash capture. Strong Tenno friend.
Whoopsie.
Supplies captured. Battle kin to be much relieved.
Oh. I'm doing a terrible job of this. I'm getting a little tired. Oh, like,
Louder. The Dano captures a cat.
yeah. Well, in the meta, discussing the meta back then too, it's like the game has so much more tools in comparison to where I don't feel like you have to do anything too specific now in this game to make it viable. That's what's really nice. They've definitely done a good job at balancing things to open up more options than just, here's your set of things that work in this content and that's it. Some people arbitrarily force that, but that's their problem. They don't want to play the game in a more fun way. That's their fault. People fun police themselves into no enjoyment in these games sometimes. Need to get my combo. I was dumb and accidentally clear all my combo out. So even out full combo, I was able to do that. I'll be able to get more combo here in a second with this guy. Like, I'm probably max my combo just with the Spectral Blades feature here. Did they give us immunity right off the rip? How am I immune? Oh, because he's Revenant. That's why.
Your past is once
Yeah, good night. Thanks for coming to that Void Cascade.
Rest now.
Yeah, I'm probably not far off from going to bed myself. This still might just be the play, though. Unfortunately, I do need another Umbra Forma to really flesh out this build variation, but you don't need a lot of strength to make this work, because Raffle of Ants and Fierce Javelin are really powerful tools on top of something like Contagion. So you're stacking a lot there. I think Raffle of Ants is going to be better in this situation than anything like Roar, on top of the fact that your teammates can give you Roar. You don't need to bring it if it's likely to be on your team anyways. And Raffle of Ants also buffs the heck out of your Slash Dash. It's basically the best thing to buff Slash Dash overall. Yeah, I need to get another Umbral Forma, switch out Steel Charge, put Archon Continuity, Archon Flow, and then that frees up an Archon Shard, and probably put I'd probably put Strength in there if I just had to think about it. Probably put Strength. Or maybe even another crit damage. 177% is probably just fine. It's very utilitarian. Slash Dash still hits hard because we're giving it all the tools it needs. Technically, you can run this with any weapon, but... Oh, look what I got as an option. I don't know if I want to do that tonight already. There's Kuva. It's Kuva to behead. Do have Excalibur as an option. I would have to, like, rebuild this thing in order to switch to, like, the build that I want to test with this. Not set up for it whatsoever. This nonsense is what I want to test with in Circuit. And I wouldn't be using Augur Reach. I'd actually be using... Or I probably wouldn't be using Blind Rage. Yeah. I think I'd be getting rid of Blind Rage to actually get more range. Blind Rage. Probably do that. Because you don't really need a lot of strength in Steel Path Circuit, because you get like 1100 strength from the other stuff. Yeah. We're gonna go back to Contagion for now. I'm enjoying this. This is fun. I wish there wasn't bugs with persistence. It's kind of what prevents me from just full sending into this build variation.
Nora's got the goods for one lucky
Ooh, a
dream.
mod transmutation.
Ta-ta, lovelies.
I can do that. Let's do it on a rare mod, just because. Transmute.
Hey dreamers, we are up and ready to party.
Yeah, this is the mod. It's from Cambion Drift Bounties. That's probably why I don't have it. It's an increased parry angle. Should probably be spending some of these. I don't ever do this. Should probably spend some of this. Oh. That reminds me.
Back again.
There is something I wanted to buy from this. I pretty much stopped doing Intrati stuff when I max it out.
Let's you and I have a chinwag. Oh well, can't be helped.
It's a good deal.
It's not conventional medicine. Go on, dear. Thank you, dear. Very kind.
A bad trade deal right here. Oh. Go to father. Father?
Always good to see you, Wyatt.
It's like I think I was saving up to buy this guy. Just to have it. Or there was something else that I was saving up for 30,000 for. Like a cosmetic here? Don't think so.
See,
I should really just buy these mods instead of being lazy and just buying them with platinum.
take your time. Think it over. I'd shake hands, but be seeing you again, I'm sure.
One thing that is cool, if you don't have one of these, is if you, let's see,
And when you're bewitched,
capture
without
Deimos.
paying
Ooh,
attention, then this happens.
I should probably buy
So,
these.
Try to be less easily impressed out there.
Pretty solid.
For our sakes.
Pretty solid trade deal right there.
Farewell. Travel safe.
Browse wares. So if you haven't gotten one of these are worth it. Oh, I should probably get this mod too. Some of these mods. But these Velocipod K-Drive skins are pretty cool. I completely forgot about those. Yeah, we'll
See you around.
Shall we?
sure, that's a great deal.
Magnificent.
Sure. I really won't need any rep after this, so I might as well just burn it. Still need 3,000. Oh.
May you have much joy of it. Always
Just getting more mods. The sort of dumb goal that I have is just to have all of the mods, because why not? Where was I going? Sun? Like, at this point in the game, I might as well just have all the mods in the game. I don't have a lot of Conclave mods, and when I do, like, Steel Path Face Off, ideally I'm picking those up. Like, that's kind of the mechanism for me to do that. Is like unnecessary level completion stuff.
Don't get lazy out there.
Because why not?
You shiny thing.
It's like playing the game as long as I have, just get all the mods, all the arcanes. It's not like I can't just buy them. If anyone has a bunch of Conclave rep, and they want to sell me some Conclave mods, please feel free to do that. I'll give you a decent amount. Nothing ridiculous, but because I don't have all of them. I bought some of the Conclave mods, but I skipped Conclave. That wasn't something I did. Same with K-Drive. Someone's got a bunch of K-Drive rep and want to buy some mods. I should probably just be buying these anyways. But, like, there's some of these Boreal mods that I don't have. Like, I really don't have that many left out of all the mods in the game. I'm waiting for Tennokan, because I skipped... You notice a lot of the Prime mods I don't have are a very particular type, because I could not give two hecks about getting those. Yeah, good for Relic packs when the new Prime drops. I don't even farm the new Primes. I'll just get them for like 150 Platinum a set, and then just build them. Like, it's not... I would rather... When new patches drop, I would rather do anything other than farm relics. Like, I have stuff that I want to test, including new weapons. I'll even rush them. I'll even buy them with plat and then rush them and build them as soon as possible just to test them. So yeah, a lot of these... Most of these mods are... Some of these are also Syndicate mods that... I should have gotten when I was rotating through the syndicates, because I've actually maxed out every single syndicate. But then I've gone through and redone them. Like, I started with Steel, Meridian, and Red Veil, and then I switched to Arbiters and Cephalon, and then I switched to New Loka, Parent Sequence, and then I switched back to Red Veil, Steel, Meridian. So I actually have rank 5 out of 4 out of 6 of them because of that. Because it only takes you to, you know, when you have Red Veil, you don't have negative to Loka and Perrin. You only have negative to these two. So you can kind of have, you know, you won't be able to really get rep for them unless you turn in the tokens. Like here, I should probably just be turning in tokens for them. I don't even know if I have tokens for them. If I can do that. That's probably the smart way to do it. Just do the stupid missions no one likes. Do these, then just, yeah. Yeah, Excalibur Prime's gonna be nuts. Excalibur still is probably the best weapons platform in the game. Like, he's just the best weapons platform. You're not even talking about melee weapons.
You are here on a capture mission. You must
Because you think you can kind of just do whatever you want with him, and it's not going to really impact this kit, like, negatively. He can link everything together. He's got built-in AoE for every weapon. You can put on a Subsume. It's not like you can't put Roar on him or Thermal Transfer. You can kind of put whatever on him. Oh. Scan you.
The capture target has vital information that
Get out of there, kitty.
we need our subject brought back alive.
Okay, I did get it. Kitty in the way. Didn't mean to yell at Kitty. Sorry, Kitty. Won't be a prime for Excalibur. I wouldn't be surprised if they skip it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they do skip Excalibur at some point and focus on another prime. He's definitely a candidate to get skipped, but not indefinitely. I think skipping him indefinitely would be a mistake.
Capture them quickly before they escape.
The thing I will say is Excalibur Prime might be one of the few Warframes that don't really receive a stat boost. Or like an appreciable stat boost, because his base stats are already so ridiculous. Like giving him even higher base stats does not make too much sense. Oh. Fighter frame thing I probably don't have yet. When we're playing against level 25 enemies, so Radio Javelin actually does useful damage.
Another job well executed.
I feel like Rauta Prime will be a pretty crazy one. Hope he comes with a good melee weapon. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I don't know what they would do. I don't know what they would prime, though, for Excalibur. Like, as a melee weapon, unless they just choose one of the melee weapons that have been in queue. You think Kestrel would have been a good option for him, but that already got a prime. That just got a prime version. So yeah, it's a good question, though. Like, it would make sense for them to do that. Or maybe they finally release another prime, like, other equipment. That would also be nice. I'd dig that.
Your humanity is a beacon for all.
Yeah, Falcor Prime. Like a Glaive on Glaives on Kalervo makes sense because of the way his passive works. Like his passive is really good for heavy attack builds like that. Oh look, that's real useful. That was totally worth the time. Can't even get enough for one. Perrin. Where's the Perrin people? Syndicates. There enough to do anything with this? Doesn't look like it. Should probably start doing those and buying the mods. Like, they're all 25,000, I think, right? Yeah. I just need to get all of these. I should have bought them when I was rotating through them anyways, but I didn't. I wasn't in a completionist mindset when doing that. I really could just switch them. It's not like I'd lose really anything meaningful switching around my syndicates and just buying all the mods myself. It would just take so much time. It's not worth it overall. For the loss in the loss of stuff. Yeah, Kalervo is already such a ridiculous warframe in comparison. Assuming they finally if they fix Arcane Persistence, Kalervo with Arcane Persistence and Triple Umbral is just dumb. It's just so powerful. I could see them skipping it just because it's like he doesn't really need a lot of help. Some of the best base stats in the game, excluding people like Inaros now with Inaros not having an overguard mechanic in comparison. I'm gonna invite only. Like, I could actually end up... these aren't terrible. These aren't terrible to do. They were trash. So Zaws were trash for some time because I think it was like when Incarnans came out. So the period between Duviri and probably like Oh, I'm trying to think of when Jade Shadows came out. Like, Zaws were pretty bad. Like, they just didn't scale well. Like, almost as if they made some nerfs, some temporary nerfs, and reverted them too, is what it almost feels like.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
These enemies. I could basically AFK, and these enemies wouldn't be able to kill me. I think the important thing to learn today is that having actual 1400 non-conditional armor on Excalibur is important, and you can't do that with Warcry. Like, Warcry isn't sufficient for it. For a level cap, does it matter below level cap? Probably not. But for a level cap, you definitely want proper unconditional 1400 armor.
Life support on the way.
What's sort of ironic about me doing these syndicate missions to get the things while using this build is this was really the last time I ever really did syndicate builds or syndicate missions like this. Was the last time I was using this Zaw heavily. Sort of the irony of that. It's like going full circle back to 2019, 2020 era of me playing this game. Doing nothing but using pretty much this build. Just a older form of this build. It's Exalted Slash Dash just being dramatically more useful now than what it used to be. It was practically worthless when I used it in that build. Especially before Veilbreaker. Veilbreaker came out about that same time, though, I think. That's when Excalibur actually became like a useful thing. Outside of Surging Dash to be able to build combo easily. That was probably the first thing that made my build actually not just me coping and using Excalibur instead of Rhino.
Life support incoming.
Yeah, obviously in this mission you don't need to have Warriors Rest up. You don't need, or not Warriors Rest. You don't need to have Raffle Advance up. You don't need to have Furious Javelin up because the enemies are level 25. Yeah, I did use Arcane Reaper. It's still the problem with Arcane Reaper is it's conditional. And if you're not getting enough kills, like when you get higher up level and you're switching in and out of Operator in order to kill Thrax Ghosts, you're gonna lose that Reaper, and all it's gonna take is one Jade Eximus. Immediately, you're dead. And apparently, and this is what it kind of felt like when I was doing that mission just a moment ago, we did a level cap mission with a very similar version of this build, but it was relying on Warcry to get to 1400 armor. I think recasting Warcry was giving me enough of a low armor window to get one-shotted with a Jade Eximus. I have the footage of it that I'll probably go through. Technically, it'll always be on this channel unless I remove it because of the stream, the way the streaming works, where you can go back and look at old streams. Okay, close out some tabs here. I think I might be able to do another one of these things here soon. 53 seconds.
Warning.
Should probably be using these.
Life support has been replenished.
Yeah, see, the problem, though, is 3 Talforged shards for armor is how you get there, because otherwise it's like, what's more valuable, 3 Archon shards or your arcane slot? And in the trade there, especially when it comes to health, your arcane slot that would be rather used with blessing is 1200 health. 3 Archon shards worth of health is only like 675. 3 times 225. So you're getting like, it's all about value there. So using Archon shards for armor is by far the best value because of how low Excalibur's base armor is. Like if you do the math for this, 225 divided by 315, you're talking about each Archon shard is equivalent to 71% armor that you would get from a mod. And you can't really get 71% armor from mods to make that equivalent in value. I don't want to fail this mission by accident because this thing took too long to spawn. This will be really funny if I fail this mission because of that. Oh. There you go. It's me paying attention. Look at how bad I am. Whoops. Hello. Not using the doing some bad timing there. Just doing nonsense. I after I clicked into it, I was like, aren't survival for these 10 minutes? I don't want to do 10 minutes of that. We'll do the capture. Oh, look at you trolling in there. Oh, yeah, I really do think it's still on, like, with persistence in general, you really want to have that non-conditional armor, and Warcry isn't even sufficient, which that's kind of surprised me. You lose Warcry enough in like Void Cascade from just getting nullified that it's like you would think in theory you could sacrifice, like if you're losing Warcry because of condition, like some sort of nullification effect, you're probably fine in a scenario because you're also probably losing persistence, but it just simply wasn't the case. Like there was enough instances where it was just having to recast Warcry constantly in order to satisfy that was just too much. Like it was just too much. Non-steel path feels so bad. So glad I don't have to. I should make steel path versions of this. It'd be nice. Oh, I should probably pick that up. It's right there. I can buy my one augment mod. What I can get from this. I do need to start doing more face-off in order to buy the rest of those Conclave mods. Probably one of these around here somewhere. I know there's an easier way to do this, which involves certain subsumes and other things. Probably at least one of these in this end part here anyways. Or not.
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
Is it nullifying getting hit by corrosive procs? The corrosive procs, like I did the math on this, for you to lose enough armor, for you to have enough armor to survive both a corrosive proc and a heat proc, you have to have like 1892 armor. Because it's like the corrosive proc doesn't fully stack. It only half stacks. Like, it's scaled. The corrosive armor reduction is only halved by heat or something. It was when I actually experimentally determined how much it was reducing. When you have both a heat and a corrosive, it wasn't the full value of both. So 1892, but it's like in that mission I wasn't getting corrosive. There's very few scenarios that exist where you get both corrosive and heat. Heat is far more likely because any enemy can give you heat status procs because of the Jade Eximus. And I think also the arson one, you know, like there's 2 Eximus that give heat procs. Like I'm pretty sure those guys do. Is that what they called? Called arson or something? Yeah, and a heat proc. So yeah, two Eximus units give heat proc. So at least building around that is like I think that's required. I think that's a non-negotiable. Building around both heat and corrosive isn't worth it. If you're a Warframe that doesn't have to fight your way to get sufficient armor, then maybe, but
Your humanity is
we're gonna see. Can I buy one of these mods? Yeah. And obviously Persistence isn't designed for Excalibur. It's kind of the reality here. So you're really having to do a lot in order to make it work. And it really isn't like you can get it to work. You have to make a bunch of sacrifices, but it's nowhere close to how easy it is with how easy it is on Kalervo or on Inaros. You know, the Warframes that the features were really designed for. Yeah, I know they're 25k. I didn't think of the math of how many of those I got. I didn't care to think, so I might as well just turn them in so I don't forget them later. I don't want to do more non-steel path missions. Those kind of suck. There's no enemies. Another Void Cascade's up, but I don't feel like doing another Void Cascade. Probably definitely close to bedtime here. So I think we can probably just wrap that up. Wrap up sort of the stream here. And see if there's any questions, any comments. Do not have Kuva to do that. Ooh, I do have Kuva to do this though. Parascesis. End off on a probably disappointing note. Put 2 rolls into this. Also worthless. Not terrible. Yeah, the Kalervo is easy. I think that's the difference. You do. I think if you had to talk about melee only Warframes, though, Excalibur is still the pinnacle, and it just has to do with his whole kit. When you look at his whole kit, you get the best melee weapon in the game that you can use on not only as a melee weapon, but also as a pseudo-exalted, because Slash Dash is still a pseudo-exalted ability. It's just only scaling off of it Exalted Blade now. And then you can have an equipped melee, and sure, if it's a sword, you get a little bit of extra bonus. Doesn't matter as much. But you also get Furious Javelin, which this is a very powerful mod that doesn't restrict you from using things like Roar, like you would have as a limitation if you had Nourish or Roar or whatever. So you can have 2 very powerful abilities to buff your melee. So in this kit, like you look at Excalibur's kit, every single one of his abilities are melee abilities. Slash Dash, melee ability. Raffle Advance, melee ability. Radio Javelins, because of its augment, is in fact a melee ability. And then obviously Exalted Blade is self-explanatory there. Yeah, it's built-in immunity with Slash Dash. Built-in CC with Radio Javelin. Built-in melee weapon. It's just he's got the best melee only kit in the game by a far. He has some holes, and obviously a lot of the big holes with Excalibur involve just the versions and obtainability. It's just, hopefully that's a problem that we can actually solve. Push DE enough to actually fix that, because it's ridiculous that it's still a problem. Though Excalibur as a weapons platform is clearly better, because if you look at Excalibur's kit, he's got built-in heavy defense, super high amount of health and armor baseline. He almost meets that 1892 armor with just triple umbral. Like, he'll obviously get that with Warcry though, but you can have flexibility. Like, even if you want to get rid of Wrathful Advance, like, you can get rid of Wrathful Advance and use Excalibur as a straight up melee weapon platform, because you don't need a lot for Collective Curse to be useful. You think the scaling on this is not really necessary. Like, you don't need to have high strength for Collective Curse. You could run a high range build on him, run Recompense, Collective Curse, and then subsume off his 4, or use his 4 and subsume off his 1. Like, you can use Excalibur as a weapons platform and just ignore melee entirely if you want to. Obviously, his kit is kind of half and half based around melee and half based around weapons. He's more of a hybrid gameplay Warframe, and it's kind of always been that way. He's been a better hybrid gameplay Warframe than someone like Excalibur, but Excalibur still best melee Warframe in the game, like as a melee Warframe, not as you're playing half and half like you do with Excalibur. That's I think the major differentiation there. Like here, I think I have another build variation here. Like, just picture this. So this is a there's no subsume here. You use Wrathful Advance moves to Storm, so you don't even need to use this. You could straight up not use this augment, use his other augment, Volatile Recompense, if you really want to, subsume off Wrathful Advance, and then put on like Thermal Sunder, and then probably just get rid of like Stretch or something, and you could have a really good weapons platform with Excalibur, because his second, his third, and his fourth don't care about melee. He really only has one melee ability as a Warframe, and is passive. So yeah, it's kind of like the nature of him. He's a great weapons platform. Yeah, that's kind of like, just, when if you really think about the build crafting on that, he's a hybrid with built-in melee mechanics if you want to use them. But there is nothing wrong with you just subsuming off Wrathful Advance and using him like that. Yeah. He's very flexible in that way. Like Excalibur. Like if you wanted to play Excalibur, there's people that do this, and this blows my mind. There are founders who actually do this. They main Excalibur Prime, and they use him as like a guns platform. Now that's some serious. You're just using him to use him. You're not actually using Excalibur Prime to actually play Excalibur. You're just using him as a flex weapons platform, and that's awful. Like, those builds are awful. They just suck. Because if you're not playing melee on Excalibur, you're just playing him wrong. Simply put, like I'm trying to think of an equivalency here. It's like using Dante and never using his 4. Like, you subsume off Dante's 4 and you don't use it. It's like what are you doing? Like, you're eliminating almost the entirety of the Warframe's purpose. Like, Excalibur is a melee Warframe, to put it simply. All 5 of his abilities, all 4 of his active and his passive are all based around buffing melee right now, or doing melee damage. So it's just kind of the nature of it. It's like, you can play Warframes wrong, air quotes wrong, and be just fine, but it's like you're better off switching to something else than trying to keyhole something that's not supposed to fit in the hole by like boring it out. It's like trying to put a triangle block in a circular hole, and it's like, okay, eventually you might be able to make it fit, or if you put it in sideways or some nonsense, it's like it might fit, but it's not how it's designed to be used. Yeah, no, I'm being genuinely serious. I've met founders who are not reasonable people. They're people that like think they should actually put super jump back over Exalted Blade. Like, I don't even think they're being sarcastic either. Like, they're being genuine. They're just being ridiculous. They're just not. They're just not like serious people or something. I don't know, but that actually use Excalibur Prime as a gun platform when he doesn't have any gun platform features. They'll throw like Nourish or Roar on him, and be like, "There you go. He's a weapons platform." It's like, yeah, I don't like Slash Dash. I just like spamming Radio Javelin. Exalted Blade sucks. It's like, what are you even using him for then? Yeah, you're using him so that you can flex on people that happen to not give money way back in the day. That's basically all it is. It's a little pathetic, in my opinion. But if you want to know how I actually feel about that. Oh. Is this running the right build? Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think that's probably a good place to leave it. Check the... Yeah, you can make pretty much any melee, any Warframe. It's like, you can make Dante a melee weapons platform, but is this kit really that great to do that? It's like, sure, you get Overguard, but you could just use Rhino instead and then put Wrathful Advance on Rhino. It's like, a lot of it isn't about just sending things to the highest damage possible. It's like, how does this actually socket into and play with the Warframe? Like, I think the way I use Slash Dash and Melee is probably a good example of how you can effectively use Excalibur as an actual melee weapon in a melee platform. Because there's just a lot of features. There's a lot of nice, cool stuff that be the combination of Slash Dash, Exalted Blade, Radio Jail, all that good stuff. And yeah. Even know the game existed back then. Yeah, that's the reality of it. I didn't even know the game existed until it came out on like Steam Early Access. Even though when I watched Total Biscuit's channel, I just like glanced over it. Like, I don't want to care. Listen to this game. And then I think it was when I saw it pop up on Steam Early Access, because I was actually just playing free-to-play games at that time. And it popped up as an option. I was like, oh, what's this? And then I Google it, or I go to YouTube, look for a video, and it's like, oh, Total Biscuit did a video on this like 7 months ago. Like, why didn't I see this? Why didn't I look at this? And then I watched that, joined it. Any point to Radial Howler Blind? No, it's an awful ability that's effectively redundant with Radio Javelin. That's where, if you notice, I pretty much subsume off his Radio Blind / Howl every single time, because in any build, you're better off just having Radio Javelin as an option in case you want to socket Furious Javelin than you are getting rid of it in any build. There was an argument for it back in the day when you could Radio Blind spam for shield gating, but even then, it wasn't really worth it. That was before 1999. Since 1999, it's been functionally worthless. The only argument about subsuming off Radio Javelin is that if you misclick it, it's costly. So if you run like a blind rage build and you don't run Furious Javelin, then just having this on your bar might be a problem. So then if you run into that problem, though, just unkeybind your 3. Like, take your keybind for 3 and just remove it, or change it to something that you're not going to hit, because you're still better off not spending the resources to get rid of Radio Javelin instead of Radio Blind. Like, it's just not worth casting. Yeah, glad I can help with my weird one-trick pony nature of Excalibur. Let's see. Looks like I need to start playing Umbra a little bit more. Yeah, I'll probably play this build variation for a while. Probably play it till I go to level cap, and then if I run into another issue with persistence or just survivability, if my if the issues I was running into with Warcry didn't have to do with recasting it in Heat, and it was just a simple limitation of not hitting enough enemies in time with thing that gives me basically infinite healing, like 2 things that give me nearly infinite healing. Like, I don't think it was. But radial super jump. What skin am I using on the Zaw? This is one of the Tenogen skins that I've had for a very long time. I think it was the first Tenogen skin I bought way back when it came out or something. But it's one of the Mithra. Definitely a great looking skin. The Dax one is pretty cool. Not great, but better than a lot of the other options. Especially for a Zaw that look pretty... Zaws look pretty awful in general. But that's why DE made skins. I don't use a skin on this. I think Daiku Prime looks really cool. I used to use this a lot back in the day with regular Daiku. Daiku, whatever, I don't care. Concave skin if you care about that. Alright. You can always just use Resonator. I can answer that question by showing you my stats. So to put it simply, the sum total of my game time in the last 12 some years at this point comes out to... I don't feel like doing the math in my head right now. Over 75% of my game time in all of eternity is playing Excalibur in Warframe. And it's not like I had a separate account. This has been my account. As much as people try to like weirdly cope themselves into not thinking this, it's like this has been my account the whole time. The exceptions to that is pretty much Necros that I was forced to play way back in the day because people wouldn't invite Excalibur to a lot of like actual end game mission types. Starter frame was Loki, switched to Vauban back in the beta when he came out because you needed him for defense and all that. And then I've played around with Warframes here and there. Like obviously I've played Dante enough to get a whole percentage on him. Same with Inaros, which this isn't past as rework. It was me trying to force Inaros into a melee position because survivability on Excalibur has always been this like yo-yo effect. Base Necros, played him back in the beta. Colurvo, I played him enough. I tried to make Nidus into a melee-only platform at one point. Didn't work. Basically, when Loki Prime came out, I kind of played him a bit, and then stopped caring and went back to Excalibur. Trinity I've used in like EDA and stuff for a while. I was just using Trinity Prime in EDA. Frost Prime is another example of like, I didn't play him until only like maybe a year ago when I built him out. I've had him probably since the beta, or at least his components built since the beta, or just sitting there in my arsenal. But I didn't actually build him out until very recently. And I've used him in EDA in those sort of type missions. I basically didn't use Nidus. I don't even know how this is this high up on the list. Same with Corvex. I used Corvex quite a bit when he first came out. That kind of puts in perspective how much I've used normal Nidus. Yeah. It is what it is. When I got bored of playing Excalibur for a very long time, I would just switch to another game. So that's the nature of that. Caliban all the way down here. He's in the 0.1 territory, which is better than the 0.0 territory that are even worse than MR fodder. Like I'll tell you where MR fodder starts. So MR fodder starts about here. Well, kind of. Probably here. This is really where master rank fodder starts for me. Yeah. Do you try a new frame when they release? Sometimes it depends on if it's interesting enough. I haven't really played Uriel. I haven't really cared to play Uriel. I mastered him, subsumed him, and then tested his subsume. I was more interested in his subsume than I was in the actual Warframe. Trying to think, who's the newest Warframe in this list? Probably Corvex. I'm thinking that's probably the newest Warframe out of this stack. No, Dante came out. Dante came out after Corvex, because Corvex was Whispers in the Wall release, right? And then Dante came out with the Disruption mission. So Dante's the newest Warframe out of this stack up here. And then next is literally Umbra. And then Necros Prime. Yeah, Kalervo came out in Duviri, and then all the Entrati lab stuff came after that. So like Dante and Corvex came out after. I'm pretty sure Dante's the newest out of all of this. Like going all the way to wow. Going all the way to there's Noko. If that puts in perspective, this is Noko right here. Noko is 1, 2, 3, fourth line down. So I've used Noko more than Rhino Prime, which has been in the game for the longest time. You know, Atlas, Fobin, Titania. I've used Noko more than Revenant in Revenant Prime, which is kind of a flex. Where is Revenant? Is that even accurate? Let me find. Where's Revenant? Oh, no, I can't say that. That's some fake news right there. There's Revenant in Revenant Prime. Can't say I've used Noko more than Revenant, though. Unfortunately. Dante Prime would be ridiculous. Even though he doesn't need base stats. It's not like Dante needs base stats. That would be like a good Prime release. Prime candidate. I don't use Spectres. They slow down my gameplay and there are more things for me to worry about, so I just kind of ignore Spectres. For the most part. Like I don't even think I really have any Spectres on my bar. I would use Dante Spectre here and there, but I feel like Dante Spectre is a way that you can break your build from being able to test it, which is why I stopped really using him. Why I just haven't cared to keep up Spectres. Just not something I care about doing Spectres. There was a long time, this might blow your guys' mind. There were several years I didn't even equip a companion. I just didn't even bother because it was annoying just to deal with the companion, especially when before like the Kavats and stuff came out, your Sentinel was just this annoying thing in your screen that was always taking up space. And I don't even remember vacuum mods being a thing back then either. There was no point in running them if they were just a nuisance. And so I didn't even run a companion for years. I think when I started using companions was when Smita came out. For obvious reasons. Like, I think that was like the first companion I really started using was Smita. I wouldn't be surprised if you look at my robotics. And other than like MOAs, I've used MOAs quite a lot. Like just looking at the stack. Like, it's not like I used all of the ones that were available in the beta very often. Smita and all these guys I've used a lot. I've been using Panzer quite a lot, but I've obviously used Smita and Adarza quite a bit. Look, I've almost passed Veritux with the Prisma Veritux. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm missing Skana and Lato Prime. See, here's the thing. I didn't give DE another $50 for a founders pack back in 2013, and therefore I'm not allowed to be legendary rank 6. Just remember that. Like thinking about it, is spending $50 just to get LR6 right now, even if I had that capability, is that even worth it? No. Is it worth it to get Skana Prime or Lato Prime now? No. They're pretty much obsolete based on the incarnate adapters, especially Skana Prime. Skana Prime is objectively worse than Prisma Skana with the incarnate adapters in the modern game. But LR6, like Mastery, the Mastery point is it really isn't important as an argument, even coming from someone who is probably technically most affected. Hunter founders most affected by current Mastery rank limitations, because, example here, it feels a lot worse when you're less than 1 weapon away rather than being like 3 weapons away if you are a normal player who didn't buy the Founders Pack back then. Or even, if you didn't exist back then for some people. Yeah. Yeah, one more update. I've been kind of like, the copium I've been giving myself is maybe they'll give us something in Barrow. Maybe we'll get a weapon in Barrow. Like, they'll give us a Prisma Sentinel, and then everyone can get LR6, because the Sentinel would come with enough mastery to get everyone to LR6, but that hasn't been the case. I don't think they really care. I don't think they pay enough attention to this kind of stuff to, like, not make these breakpoints fall in line like this. This shouldn't be a problem, but at the same time, let's be honest, it doesn't matter. Like, the difference between LR5 and LR6 isn't going to make or break your game. It doesn't do it for me, so this is just funny to me as a example. Backdated envelope, yeah. No, and I've talked about this before. I specifically didn't buy the Master Pack because it wasn't worth it for $50 to get a sword that was worthless. Like, Skana and swords just sucked back then. This is pre-stances. The built-in stances for swords just sucked. The built-in, like, stamina consumption, the range, like, all of that stuff just sucked on swords. And then I didn't know trading was being added to the game. And so the extra, like, 2,000 platinum or whatever, that was actually economical back then for another $50. It was a good deal for platinum. I didn't think I needed it. And so I specifically didn't give them the extra $50. And then the design council stuff still kind of doesn't matter. Like, I don't know if anything actually useful has ever come out of design council. So it's like almost like it's worse to have and nothing actually comes out of a result than it is to, like, just not have it like I do. Like, it's not something I have to worry about as extra thing in the game that probably doesn't matter anyways. The one you can actually find them on the wiki. I've had to reference the wiki and its master pack quite a while, because, like, I don't remember the actual, like, I don't firsthand remember the prices except for the fact that I gave $50 for Excalibur Prime, because that was like the peak value out of all the 3 packs. You getting a Warframe, a primed Warframe with a catalyst, with the extra polarizations, was the best value out of all of that, and the platinum for it too. The worst pack was obviously, well, even consider the fact that people that gave $20 for the platinum for the Disciplines pack that was like $20 or $25 or whatever back then was actually decent value. And the fact that they get a title now, like, Discipline Founders actually have something, probably the biggest thing they've ever added for the Discipline Founders was just giving them the title, so that they can actually have that. If I could give Excalibur a new passive, I would say giving him some sort of combo mechanic or something additional to this. I would say the passive I would give is not necessarily an upgrade to his passive innately. I would give him passive upgrades to his abilities. And the one that I find the most relevant would be giving Furious Javelin baseline to Radio Javelin to swords or to things that his passive buffs. So instead of his passive being like Excalibur Prime deals increased damage and attack speed when wielding swords, it would be like Excalibur Prime has enhanced abilities while wielding swords, and that includes adding like effectively versions of his passives or just upgrades to his abilities based on that. Like, I think that would be the more interesting thing. Like, really give that swordsman fantasy an extra boost. Like, giving the passives innately, or his augments innately to abilities for swords. So then you, like, really want to use swords. Like, in most of these builds, I wouldn't have to use Furious Javelin at all, because it would just be built into the kit. I would only need to use this if I was going to use, like, Hate, Incarnin, or some other melee weapon. Like, things that aren't buffed by his passive. Yeah, $50, and keep in mind, the $50 wasn't just for Excalibur Prime, it was for a lot of platinum, too. It was like 1,200 some platinum. So, like, this is one thing that I've actually started to question a lot more, because I heard this. I never really saw this firsthand at the time, but I get this all the time, obviously, about the sort of narrative that DE has spun, that the founder saved the game. I actually don't really believe that. I'll be honest. I think that's a way to DE gaslights people into ignoring the problem that the Founders Pack creates. You think if you were DE and you wanted people to just ignore the whole like issue of having this equipment lockdown, especially for like an entire Warframe and its best version just locked down, they could spin this entire narrative that was like, oh, the Founders saved the game, so ignore the Founders items, just, and then the community can go wild with that. I would argue that that's probably more than likely what the case was, but I don't think a lot of the people that actually bought the Founders Pack bought it to support the game. It was just it was an extremely economical way to get platinum in the game at the time, versus buying raw platinum, because you didn't get daily login bonuses for discounts. Like, that didn't exist. You needed platinum. You couldn't trade stuff. Like, you couldn't, like, in this case, having like 30,000 platinum back in the beta was like, you would have had to spend raw money to buy that. Like, you would have bought the Founders Pack at $2,500 or $250 for like 8,000 some platinum, and then you would have had to buy that raw. You can't get that from trading. It's just, it was simply not possible. The trading didn't exist back then. So then it made sense for people that really enjoyed the game back then and saw like, maybe if this game does well, then having all this stuff is going to be worth it, which is exactly what I thought too back then, of like, well, if this game takes off, I'm going to be spending X amount of money to play the game anyways. I might as well just pay $50, get this primed Warframe. I was going to play him for melee only, but then also getting enough platinum to be like comfortable and not have to spend money in the game for a while. But see, like, the whole narrative of like DE was struggling, needed money. It's like, but did they really? Like, the only people telling you that would be the people trying to gaslight you into thinking that is in fact the case. Like, that's kind of the unreliable narrator sort of perspective there. And we would obviously never be able to get real data to prove that, but I've become skeptical of that. I've just started becoming skeptical that the founder saved the game, so please ignore this glaring problem with the game that we created by basically needing to monetize the game early on, or potentially needing to monetize the game early on. So this whole problem, just ignore it, because we spin up this narrative of why you need to ignore these people and not question the fact that this is a problem. Like, it's kind of ridiculous when you boil it down to that. It's like, just get the community ravenous about this whole, like, oh, the founder saved us. Not. That's like my genuine opinion. The unreliable narrator argument about the people telling you this is the case are also the people who would be incentivized in keeping that narrative. Yeah. I mean, just as a reminder, like, that's precisely what you're saying there, Ancient, is exactly what I've heard, what exactly everyone uses, but like, that's coming from DE, the people who would be wanting you to believe that. So it's yeah. There's a lot of like really weird worship that comes around that because of it, and it really is like, and some of the people I've seen just really eat that stuff up. It's weird. It's like I gave them money 12 plus years ago for a reason, not even like to support the game. It was to be able to play the game at the time. Like, it just make economical sense to buy it. It wasn't like, I'm buying this so I can be a founder and support the game. No. I don't think most founders did that. Conversations I've had with them, it just made monetary sense if you were playing the game. Yeah. Just to say that was very disrespectful to DE. If you want to talk about being disrespectful to a company, go for, like, I don't care if you I don't worship DE in any particular way. You consider the fact that DE has basically made Excalibur mostly unplayable for the history of the game is pretty bad, and they've allowed themselves to maintain that by the simple statement that says, yeah, we want to ignore this problem because of this bad decision we made 12 plus years ago about gatekeeping equipment behind a paywall that you can't even, like, most people didn't even have the like, not even necessarily the opportunity, but even like the potential to subscribe to. Like, I would probably have a different opinion if there wasn't these fundamental issues with Excalibur. Like, if Umbra just didn't have these fundamental core flaws in the way that he works that then prevent most people from properly playing Excalibur. That even prevents founders from properly playing Excalibur. Because we get one version and it's the only Warframe with this problem. Become a hater. It's not being a hater, it's talking of this is the reality of, like, when you stop and think about this, you take off those like rose-colored glasses about this issue. DE has created the problem for Excalibur that prevents a lot of people from the vast majority of people from properly playing Excalibur, and they've hid behind this narrative that they created themselves about like this weird founder worship. And it might be, you might have a different perspective on it, not being someone that's been in it for so long, but that's just the reality of it is. It's like, there's this weird founder worship that, like, I don't think is justified. And it's in the people that created that narrative and then perpetuate that narrative also do a really good job at preventing this problem from Excalibur from being actually solved, because immediately when the problem of Excalibur comes up, of like the core issues that I have multiple videos covering, it comes back to this, well, what about the founders and the people that probably just made financially beneficial decisions to give DE money and like basically the first Prime access? Like, for those of us that have been around long enough to before the Platinum discounts, it's like the most economical way for you to get Platinum for a very long time was Prime access, and that includes the first Prime access, which was the Founders Pack. Like, these was just the most economical way to get Platinum. Like, I even bought, I think, the Ember. Like, I bought the Ember pack even shortly after the Founders Pack closed because I needed more Platinum. And it was the most economical way to buy Platinum, was just buying the, like, $140 or whatever Prime Access pack or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and you want to talk about, you want to talk about, like, this weird, like, worshipping of DE. It's like, they do a good job. Like, I'll give DE a lot of credit. The simple fact that DE will actually go and rework Warframes that you talk about from a free-to-play game, like a free-to-play game, the fact that DE goes back and reevaluates Warframes that have been in the game for like 15 or 12 years, 12, 13 years at this point, is a good thing. Like, that's a good thing. That's a lot of other free-to-play developers wouldn't do that, because it's like, well, we replaced this version of this older thing with this newer thing that you got to spend money on to get. But the reality is back in that day, paying to win on things like Excalibur Prime, and it was just the standard. It was the standard back in 2012, 2013, for you to be able to buy power with money, because that was the way these games were monetized. It's not like back then you were buying skins and all that crazy stuff. Like, Gemini skins didn't exist back then. So it wasn't a way that games monetized free-to-play games. Like, that really didn't start changing until maybe like 2015, 2016 timeframe, where free-to-play games like Dota 2 is the only one that I remember being like this weird outlier, where it was Dota 2 was fully free-to-play, and it had a cosmetic system in it, and it was the only way the game was monetized from what I remember. Like, there wasn't like battle passes. It was like the only way that it was monetized. And it was with packs. It was like Team Fortress 2 is another example of that. You think Team Fortress 2, another example of a game where it was fully monetized. No, because Team Fortress 2, the equipment, you had to actually, it had a practical advantage to it. So it really was like Dota 2 was the only one I can think of that was maybe like part of the forerunner of doing that. But even then, I think you still had to buy characters. It's been so long. I don't remember. Like, I think League of Legends might be unique in that. Like, I have 2,000 hours in Dota. I don't remember, though, if you had to buy characters on Dota 2. If they made that change at some point. Like, League of Legends, you have to do that, right? Let's see. I'm going to catch up with chat here. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's this fundamental problem that DE refuses to solve. They hide behind this narrative that they establish themselves about like respect for founders. I don't know. Like, I don't have that. I clearly don't have those rose tinted glasses on that I think is natural for most people to have about founders. Just because it's like you don't see Excalibur Prime. Like, it's not like you've been playing Excalibur Prime for the last 12 years where the novelty and that veil of novelty has been like there hanging over you for the longest time. It's like really, it's that narrative even true? Like, can you say reliably that you've seen the records that DE needed the Founders Pack to survive, and that selling the game to Tencent, like, when did Tencent buy Warframe? Like, that was a long time. It wasn't nearly back then, but like, did they actually need that money back then? You kind of can't say definitively, because the people. So Lee has owned majority within 2014. Okay. And Tencent acquired the company that had the majority share in Warframe since 2014. I don't know. I haven't seen the records on that. That's something that unreliable narrative or unreliable narrator sort of basic concept of that. If DE wanted to have like a narrative that they would spin to say, how can we prevent this founder issue from being something we have to constantly keep up with, of why this equipment is exclusive? Okay, well, if we tell the community that the only way this game exists now is because of all these people that gave money back in the beta with this specific extra badge on their profile and unobtainable equipment, then we can prevent us from having to make that argument. We can have the community make that argument for us out of some like weird worship or like some weird respect or something. I don't know. Yeah. DE does better than Blizzard in general. Like, you think even the heirloom stuff, like, clearly they listened to the community where this was dumb to make these packs locked behind a paywall, that most of the community, I think, thinks that's dumb. I think it's even more dumb, and I've made my opinion pretty clear on that, of locking equipment behind a paywall, that it's an unsolvable problem right now, according to DE. Like, clearly that kind of FOMO is not worth it in the long run, more than likely. I think keeping these things locked behind the wall probably does more harm than good. But yeah, let me look at chat. Goodbye, Sylvanas fan. Oh, I didn't even stop to think. Oh, you want me to start talking trash about World of Warcraft? If you're still there, I can start talking trash about World of Warcraft, because World of Warcraft and Blizzard are a lot worse by a mile. Oh yeah, look, you're still there. If as someone who played WoW for 15 years and played stupid high-end arena, rated battlegrounds, rating, like all that stuff, you gotta talk about Sylvanas fan making. We can make fun of Sylvanas and Shadowlands all day, but this is about Warframe. Yeah. No, I still like the idea. Probably one of the best ideas that I didn't come up with, but saw this on the forums that I did link for hopefully everyone to see, of just making another alternative version of Excalibur Umbra that has the same mastery, like back end. If they're able to chop out the sentient code, make another blueprint of it that uses the same exact, like same exact code, same exact mastery points that you can buy from Samaras, that you can make infinite duplicates of, that is effectively just Umbra, but is sentience disabled on the back end. And they could even remove the Umbral polarities to really make it fair, I guess. Fair. But I don't see even a reason to do that. Just give us a blueprint that we can buy from Samaras, make multiple copies of Umbra, and then have the sentience code just like cut out of that by default. So like you could equip Warrior's Rest on it if you wanted to, but it would be redundant. It wouldn't matter, wouldn't do anything for him because he wouldn't have sentience. And if you want sentience, you have your free quest version that you can't delete, that you can then use. I think that's probably one of the most reasonable ones, and that's not my idea. That was someone else's idea, so I won't take credit for that. Yeah, Blizzard's pretty awful in comparison. You want to talk about bad companies there, Blizzard. Oh boy. But I might be biased there. Playing WoW recent activities. I would say playing WoW at any given point is not worth your time. Coming from someone that's been like over that for a very long time now and has had a good amount of self-reflection on that. The way I played WoW, you basically needed to do a full-time job's worth of farming like every week just to maintain your gear, just to maintain like your rating, to get all of the things necessary, all the prerequisite content. Like this is the problem with a game like WoW and a lot of these MMO type games. You think about, you sit back and you think about how much time you spend doing the thing you want to do versus the time you spend doing the things that get you to the activity that you want to do. And a WoW as an example, you spend all this time getting gear and all this nonsense for you to then get to the end goal, which is you want to have this fully built out gear and then do raiding or do like PvP and be competitive, or at least not at a disadvantage comparison to the rest of the player base. Well, it's like you spend the whole time on this treadmill to get to the point where you're actually doing the content. And then it's like, well, what's the point of doing the content now other than pushing rating for Gladiator or for rank 1 Gladiator or for Hero or whatever, or getting the Gladiator amount for when they change that system? Like, other than that, like I guess playing the game mode, but it's like still you're spending most of your time doing prerequisite content. And that's an example here. Like, I think the way I play this is a perfect example. Like, I don't want to sit there and farm relics when new Warframes come out. I just want to get the mastery points for it. So I'll just buy it with platinum that I make by other means, and then just power level it. And then boom, I don't have to play all these other Warframes I don't really care about. I don't want to play. This is all prerequisite content to me. So then I can get to the actual content I want to do, which is testing new arcanes, testing different melee weapons that come out, like testing different builds. So I get to play the game how I want. I don't have to spend all this time doing all this extra nonsense just to get to the content I want. And World of Warcraft is basically 90% prerequisite content. You're having to do all this grinding, all these quests, every single patch, get all this gear, just to then get to the point where it's like, okay, well, now I've got full gear, and now what do I do? The Excalibur Bible. That's basically my my comprehensive guide. My comprehensive guide is effectively that, where I talk for literally an hour and a half straight about Excalibur. I think surprisingly do a decent job at keeping on task for the fact that there's no cuts, that's no edits. That's a hour and a half single long video of me with a very brief set of notes to try to like keep myself from forgetting something. Pretty much have to do playable WoW. Like, yeah, exactly. For those that know, if you're wondering, this is the sword of 1,000 truths. This is a WoW reference right here. Well, it's not actually a WoW reference. It's a South Park reference about a WoW reference. Yeah, the sword of 1,000 truths. Yeah, that's the nice thing about these types of games is that when a new patch comes out, like, sure, there's content, and like, I didn't really care to do the old piece quest. Like, for me, it was a treadmill. It was like, do this content to get to the content I actually want to do, which is the new game modes. Like, I didn't really stop and like play the new, like the old piece as a storyline. I just kind of like speed run through it. I skipped all the cutscenes. Like, I wanted to get to the content. There's some of the quests that I haven't done that in this game. There's been a few of the quests that were like genuinely actually good. And from a free-to-play perspective, you think about how good some of the quests are. You talk about the main storylines. For free-to-play, the value there is just insane for Warframe. That shouldn't be undervalued or neglected as a pretty good thing. Like, the fact that you could play this game completely free and get everything in the game except for some cosmetics that don't impact gameplay, and then obviously the Founders items, is really good. They have some quality quest lines. That doesn't prevent the obvious, which is the fact that the Founders pack is still a problem, and it'll always be a problem until they just fix this issue. Yeah. Never realized the narrative D really spun and how it is really like a savior's complex. And I don't know, like, I don't like that kind of stuff. It's gross to me. I think it really does come down to the fact that I don't have the rose-tinted goggles playing this game as long as I have, and playing Excalibur as long as I have. Like, I'm just immune to it at this point. And I completely understand, like, every time I go into a mission and someone's like, this is the first time I'm seeing Excalibur Prime, it's like, sure, cool. That's cool. Glad I could help you. Luckily, I don't have as much of that anymore because they get to play Excalibur Prime and Old Piece. So hopefully that is less of an issue. Yeah, it is almost like a cult. But you think it's like there's this weird DE worship that comes to that as well, that people have this reverence. Like, I think that's the best word. That people have this reverence for DE that is really not founded when it comes to the topic of the Founders pack. Like, when you boil it down, it's like DE has specifically like censored and crafted this narrative to get them like as a cop out, allowing the community to cop out on this glaring problem in the game. The objective of the narrative is so that they don't have to ever take on the potential legal consequences or the breaking their promise narrative, and have to combat that. Because it's like, for DE, ignoring Excalibur is their best solution forward. Just ignoring him, which is what they do when they have like the moderators on the forums just like delete whole threads about Excalibur. It's for them, it makes more sense for them to just try to ignore the problem and then hope it just fizzles away. And they've done a really bad job at allowing that to happen by like reworking Excalibur, buffing Excalibur, like doing all these other crazy stuff. Like, every single patch, it just gets worse because Excalibur becomes more and more viable. He gets more and more popular. And then they do like the old piece thing, and they make it a whole quest where you play Excalibur Prime. And it's like, it's almost like DE wants the community to really figure out this issue where they can step in and say, okay, now that the community has figured out this issue, we can do that, instead of actually fixing the problem themselves. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right now, DE thinks that the problem is solved, the Excalibur problem is solved with Warrior's Rest, and that's simply not the case. And that's what I think the community... And then you get this weird backlash, like, it's weird. Some of the backlash you get when trying to like genuinely solve this problem with Excalibur, usually the result is people just ignore that problem and they like try to like completely redirect the conversation to something where it's not. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Like, I think there's clear solutions forward to this. DE's best path forward is just ignoring it. And the only way they're going to be able to ignore it is by the community allowing them to ignore it. Yeah, like, you literally make a thread about base Excalibur, not include Prime at all, and a moderator redirects the entire conversation about Excalibur Prime. It's like, dude, what are you doing? You're trying to gaslight me into thinking that my thread was about something else. Yeah. The people that contribute to an Excalibur Umbra thread, and they're like, yeah, I never play Excalibur Umbra. I sometimes play base Excalibur, and I have an opinion about this. It's like, dude, what are you doing here? Yeah. The moderation fiasco, I was probably not at all engaged on the forums. I really wasn't even engaged on the forums until a couple of years ago. It's just not one of those things that I regularly did. Like, I haven't engaged with Reddit or any of those sort of forums for a very long time, only until like a couple of years ago in my entire life. Yeah, the whole soul frame thing, like, I don't know how I feel about the soul frame thing, because you think DE already has a problem with having the right staffing and direction to fix core bugs. Like, you think we just got a fix for lethal levitation. And lethal levitation not working as a client has been a problem for years. Like, I'm trying to remember. I wonder if the fandom one has still that information on there about when lethal levitation not working as a client started, like when that bug was actually a problem. I wouldn't doubt it if it's been years at this point. Like, and they now only fix it. Like, you think these issues, if it was a fixable issue, how wasn't this fixed a long time ago? So DE has always kind of struggled with like actually fixing bugs in a timely fashion, and the consequence of that is like things just simply don't work, and you have to work around them. The Umbra is an obvious issue here. And if they have a whole extra game that they're now developing for, it's like, is Soulframe going to run on the same issue where it just has these long-standing bugs that just never get fixed? And to DE's credit, it's like, this isn't a thing that's unique to them. Yeah, looking back, even like over almost 3 years ago, Nariman's Killer Rush didn't apply as a client. Supposedly in 2022, this was fixed based on update 30.32.1 in 2022. Fixed Nariman's lethal levitation not working for clients. It wasn't fixed. I can tell you it is fixed now, unless that gets broken again, or unless this got broken again. You know, this was an issue they supposedly fixed over 3 years ago. That was still an issue. So it's like, there's these long-standing bugs, or the simple fact that, like, this was kind of disappointing to see when 1999 came out and DE marked /dash not having shield immunity as a bug. Like, when they gave /dash shield immunity, they marked it as a bug, as like a bug fix. And it's like, this has always been in the game. It's always been this way. It's always been a problem. It's like, they've always had this problem. And as good of a job that they do at actually making content, sometimes the bugs, like, just think of the whole Taran Strike thing. Like, Taran Strikes, there's features of it that still don't work, like fundamental core features of it, like with Narman, it's still busted with the way that the Spectral Blades work, and they still haven't fixed it. And I was hoping with this recent hotfix where they fixed lethal levitation again, that it was fixed. No. No. Yeah. Do I think catalyzing shield should be fixed? I don't ever use catalyzing shield, so I don't even know what's bugged about it. If that's referencing like shield gate resetting, I think that's been a problem with Brief Respite for a long time, like this effect. The general effect sort of breaking shield, like shield gate builds. Like when you do this, if you have like 2.5 second shield gate and then you cast something, you generate shields, it like instantly removes that 2.5 seconds and resets it to like this lower value. I forget if they fixed that or not. It's been a while. Slash dash, I rely heavily on slash dash to survive when using Brief Respite. Oh. No, because I did use the whole decaying shield. Like, I used that before they fixed that. Like, I used that because that was almost necessary before they reworked shield gating to actually make sense. Using that sort of bug, which then became a feature, was almost required. Oh, catalyzing shields always gives the quarter. Yeah. I don't think catalyzing shield's worth the mod slot. I think there's like you're so cramped on Excalibur that it's not worth the mod slot, and you're better off using like Focus School as your outsource for that. Maybe if someone who uses Madarai exclusively might disagree with that, and that's okay. Then just build around it. But I would rather. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't like catalyzing shields as in general, like the concept of it, because you're basically having to spam. Like your shields survive long enough, even with base shields in most content, to where just sort of sacrificing all of it, I don't think is worth it. And then I think there's better tools at the high end to use for survivability than catalyzing shield. Like catalyzing shield just rides that lightning way too close, so where I don't think it's worth it. Let's see. Yeah, I think my opinion on the whole subject would be completely different if they had actually provided a genuine solution to the Excalibur problem way back in the day. Like the simple fact that Umbra isn't you can't craft more than one Umbra kind of is weird. Like just think about that. He's the highest end version of a Warframe that you can't craft multiples of, and he's the only version, and then he also is conveniently the only Prime that you can't get an Excalibur Prime, and you can't get duplicates of Excalibur Prime even if you do have them. So it's like there's this weird hole in the way that Excalibur works that they should have fixed years ago. Like I don't understand why this has been this long standing of a problem, other than the fact that Excalibur as a Warframe was always seen as like the new Warframe. You know, like you see Excaliburs for people that just got them, and the novelty of it hasn't worn off. And the same was really for Prime for a long time. He was really just a novelty. He really wasn't that great. I sort of forced him to be useful way back, using like Surging Dash and some very particular build configurations. But nowadays, Excalibur is in fact S tier. He is the best. Like, I think it's pretty objective to say that he's the best melee Warframe in the game. When you play him, kind of like how I play him, he is the best Warframe for this type of gameplay. And because of that, that makes him more popular. And now he is no longer this sort of like F-tier Warframe like he used to be. Unless you like really forced him into a role. Like maybe before, like especially before Veilbreaker, when they made Slash Dash actually a usable ability. Before that, it was like borderline worthless. You know, it was a cool thing, especially the fact that it didn't make you immune to, like your shields weren't immune back then. It's like it was pretty much worthless, and at least it made it an effective mobility tool back in Veilbreaker. And from there, it's like Excalibur has just become more and more useful over time, over the case in this scenario, like over 4 or 5 years. They've just slowly buffed him over time, which they didn't have to do. They could have just left Excalibur in the gutter, which is what a lot of other free-to-play games probably would have done in this kind of monetary structure. They probably would have done that, but D doesn't, which is good. That's definitely kudos to them for that. But they could also just fix the problem, and then it's no longer an issue, and we no longer have to have this conversation about Excalibur just like as a Warframe as a whole just not functioning properly. Like every other Warframe. Yeah, his passive does... There's a lot of stuff warranted for that. I don't think necessarily buffing his passive is the optimal way to seal the deal with this kit. I think because of how bad Radio Javelin is, I would even argue that his passive should be Exalted Blade. Like, his passive is Exalted Blade, and then it buffs Radio Javelin, it buffs Slash Dash, and then on top of that, you could then subsume off Exalted Blade and then not make Slash Dash and Radio Javelin therefore worthless. Because right now, it's like, if you subsume this off... I haven't actually tried this in a long time. Should probably try it. We're going to use base Excalibur for this. So we're going to go into test. I am very tired. I'll do this, and then I'll definitely get off it. I'm trying to think of a ability that I don't have to. We're just going to do it. Goodbye. We're going to subsume off Raffle Advance. Or subsume off Exalted Blade. We're going to get Raffle Advance, and we're going to see if Slash Dash does any damage. Because you think that's kind of a hole. The fact that you subsume off one ability and it makes another ability almost entirely worthless. Like, just make his passive Exalted Blade instead. And then base, and then, like, give him pseudo-exalted for, like, basically make his Slash Dash and Radio Javelin pseudo-exalted off of that. Like, I think that would be a nice passive rework. So then passively, he would always have Exalted Blade. Similar to Garuda, where, like, if you don't equip a melee weapon, you just have, like, a lesser form of Exalted Blade. Like, the waves don't exist. So it's just a normal sword. Like, there's some cool stuff they could do with him. Like, that being his passive, I think would make more sense than giving him a buff for that. Okay. So we're even going to give ourselves Raffle Advance. So there you go. It applies the slash proc, 250 damage. And that's with Raffle Advance up. So notice, though. Here, we'll even do this. We'll give him Furious Javelin, too. So, Furious Javelin, Raffle Advance, 250 damage. So yeah, it's like, it's not absolutely worthless with Exalted Blade subsumed off, but it's practically worse than, like, Radio Javelin in terms of damage. Like, if you don't have Exalted Blade on Excalibur, like, you subsume it off, it functionally makes Slash Dash worthless. Like, maybe you could do it with like Dex Nikana. So you get a little bit with the combo bonus, the 3x. You know, you get a little bit of bonus damage there. So, you know, it still pseudo exalts off of your combo, even without Exalted Blade usable, like literally subsumed off. But yeah, it functionally makes it worthless. I would say I think that's a pretty accurate statement there. All right, that's enough of that. All right. Anything else? Yeah, it's not even necessarily a rework. I think really all they need to do for Excalibur to make the whole like actual problem discussion around him solved is just doing something about Umbra's sentience being core game breaking issue for a lot of builds. I think the idea of giving Simaris blueprint with like a gut the code of it so that when you craft it, it's like this unique version, and then just make it look visually different in the armory. So when you go to equip it, there'd be something different about it that would be noticeable. Or if they change like Excalibur Umbra so that maybe there's like something in the background. I don't know. Like something in the background, make the picture slightly different to the point where you could differentiate and say, oh, this is a sentient version of Excalibur Umbra, and this is a Simaris like duplicate version of him. Maybe even make it in the flavor text. Just like have a slight flavor text different version of it. There's some stuff they can do. So yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to bed now. I think some productive conversations. Some good level cap runs. I'll be on... I might make a video on this sort of build, because I do think this is a great example of the problem. So I'll probably do that. Yeah. Thank you guys for coming along.